Yes. So there you
Okay.
go.
Well,
But let me shift the answer to that over to Turt Music, who donated $2 and said appreciate your videos. Thank you, Turt Music.
thank you.
I would like your comment if it let me. I am clicking it. It's just not letting me. I don't. But I can heart it. So there you go.
Well, while we're doing this, we only have 2 people watching, but both of you 2 people, are you subscribed? Because if not, get us to 1K.
Well, I mean, Turned, if you're donating, you might as well subscribe as on top of that.
Assuming you haven't already. Yeah. But based off the donation, I have a feeling, yeah.
Well, you never know.
All right, space is the other person's.
You gotta make sure sometimes. I want to say watch your back, but that's not a saying. What am I trying to say? You gotta pick up your apples. I don't know. Just making up stuff now.
You know what? I like that saying. Pick up your apples.
I just came up with that off the top of my head. I actually do like that as a saying. I'm gonna write that in pin messages.
All right. Putting in pin messages, you know why.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
Well, Immortal, today, actually, let's start with intro topics. Okay, there was something I wrote a while ago. Okay, this is so random. Maybe I should save that for like Camp Cam, I guess, but I have to do with Attack on Titan. But saving this for so long. You know what? No, okay, Immortal. Would you rather talk about Boruto topics or Naruto topics? Or rewrites today? Or everything?
I would say Naruto topics.
Okay. Where do we start?
Well,
what do you think about Mitsuki right now?
What I think about Mitsuki? Mitsuki.
Do you have things to say about Mitsuki?
All I gotta say is Mitsuki right now. I mean, I think this is I don't know if this is a common consensus in the community, but Mitsuki right now feels, how should I say, not as impressive as Boruto, Kawaki, or Sarada right now.
Well, that's a perfect segue if you look at my share screen. Let me know when you're looking at my screen, Immortal.
Oh yeah, I see it. Where does Sage Mitsuki
Hollow
stop?
says, where does Sage Mitsuki stop? You have Kid Sarada, Kid MS Sarada, which is feetless, by the way, base TBV Sarada, TBV Sarada 3 Tomoe, TBV Sarada MS. Where do you think Sage Mitsuki stops in terms of who he can beat? So, you think he can beat Kid Sarada? Do you think he beat this? He beat that? Like, let's just start one by one. Do you think he can beat Kid Sarada?
Yeah, he's clearly faster than her in every avenue. Also, TBV's Mitsuki, he seems like he can. Well, I'm not saying he can just activate Sage Mode like at will, because I don't know if post time skip Mitsuki can just do it at will like he used to, because Sage Mode, I think from what I heard, Sage Mode does drain his chakra after prolonged use. So I'm guessing TBV Mitsuki is able to just do it at will. And I don't know if it does drain any of his chakra. We haven't seen any fatigue from him. I'm guessing throughout post time skip, he was just training nonstop to hone his form. And we see that in TBV, he's able to also create shadow clones for himself, and those shadow clones can also use, their own snake constructs and pretty much deal overall damage in the forest. It's not really a big feat, but it is an indicator that Mitsuki has been doing something over the time skip, including, him having access to lightning release. I think that's something we already knew he had. I think he literally
uses purple lightning against Owl.
Yeah. So And it's also kind of funny that Boruto also has access to purple lightning too.
Oh, Ikimoto forgot. They're making a big deal. Oh my god, he's got purple lightning. He's like, bro, Mitsuki's been using this since the second arc.
It should stand clear that Mitsuki should also use purple lightning and infuse it into any of his weaponry too. If he can do that,
he should be using Sage-powered purple lightning. Blow Sarada.
Also, I keep forgetting he's in Sage mode, so his Senjutsu ability should be amplified heavily, including any of his pre-existing abilities as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the anime, we specifically see this. He goes from Snake Lightning to Sage Art. Great Snake Lightning. Like, he just literally just takes the same jutsu and amps it. Like, he does his versus debuff, for example.
It's great now.
Yeah, exactly. You thought it was good before? It's great now.
Now, I think pretty much he should be able to clear Kid Sarada, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would you think end of part 1 Sarada? Can he beat this Sarada?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What about base? I think most people would probably disagree with this anyway. I think part 1 Mitsuki could beat those.
Well, some people wouldn't.
Base TBV Sarada.
Mello would say Kid Sarada wins, but Mello aside. What about base TBV Sarada?
Okay, so she only has access to her 3 Tomoe stages of the Sharingan.
No. That's a separate entry. No 3 Tomoe.
So basically, okay.
This is just her not using Sharingan.
You know, the code victim.
So she should have. Okay, I forgot to add this, but she should have access to chakra enhanced punches, similar to Sakura.
She should, even though she never uses the DBV. She should have it.
She should have access to that, which should allow her to, be granted like nuclear strength, like nuclear superhuman strength. So, which I don't know why Ikimoto hasn't really shown that. That should be a part of her abilities.
Yeah,
well,
it should.
Would you say Ikimoto forgot?
I'm gonna have to say that. But assuming that he hasn't forgotten, it's still part of her base. It depends on how fast. I would say it depends on how fast Mitsuki is. Because I always think about her. I always think about what he can do plus his blinding speed. Like without the Chidori, without the Sharingan, I would say Sarada wouldn't have any chance of tagging Mitsuki. But I don't know. This is a very interesting topic.
Back to Mitsuki versus Sarada. Do we think Mitsuki can beat Sage Mitsuki? Can he beat base TBV Sarada?
I would say he should.
Okay.
Given
what about
how
when
versatile...
she uses her 3 Tomoe? Not Mount Gekko, just the 3 Tomoe.
3 Tomoe. Okay. She can pretty much track all of Mitsuki's movements, can she? She can do all pretty much. It's just been a while. It's been a while. Sorry. Hold on.
She should be able to track them, but not the chakra. I'm assuming that it's going to be similar to Ninetales Naruto, to where his movements weren't the issue, but the chakra is like it has a mind of its own.
The only problem, though, is that Naruto is kind of being like half possessed at that point, to where probably was just like Kurama's separate mind doing some of the stuff.
I don't think it was, because it looks like Naruto was the one controlling it. You could say Kurama's controlling Naruto, but then Kurama's just controlling both. So again, I think it's just one consciousness moving.
Okay, that's fair. I just want to present that as a possibility.
Yeah, I know. It is a fair idea.
But yeah, that definitely could apply. At the very least, Mitsuki could just use his chakra that way. Because the way the Sharingan thing works is like, it sees chakras of color, obviously. Mm-hmm. But in terms of reading movements, it's like reading the actual movement body patterns. I don't think it can just predict the movements. Like, it can maybe predict flow of chakra to use a jutsu, but it can't just predict the snake that's already manifested doing snake things or whatever. Like, it's kind of just like a separate thing at that point.
Yeah.
Wait, and I just thought about this. How come there isn't a three Tomoe post MS Sarada on here?
That's what two blue
Okay.
Vortex are to 3 Tomoe is.
Well, no, okay, so I know this is what Immortal.
I know
Immortal
what he's saying. Never
It's
mind.
the narrative thing. Now that she's not holding back, the stronger 3
Yeah.
Tomoe's starring at Sarada. But
Sure.
I guess we're just gonna have to we'll separate it ourselves.
To be fair, Immortal, I would
speech and post Yodo's speech.
Immortal, I disagree. I think it's the exact same thing. I think her holding back is her choosing not to use the Mangekyo. That's the only thing that wasn't holding her back. It's not like she's moving at 70% speed because she's holding back. No, if anything, I think it's the opposite, to where she was actively trying to go all out beforehand so she didn't have to use her Mangekyo. If anything, it's more of a desperation before, now it's just whatever.
Mello would disagree.
I know.
But I agree. The point is the Mangekyo is the power she's been holding back.
Yeah.
But anyway, do you think Sage Mitsuki would beat, lose, or pretty much tie with 3 Tomoe Sarada?
Immortal.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to do something real quick. But which one? 3 Tomoe Sarada?
Do you think he beat, lose, or tie to 3 Tomoe Sarada?
At this given point, it's the same thing. He should be able to beat 3 Tomoe Sarada.
Okay. We're all in agreement. As long as we don't take the Ryu fight.
Yes. But when we take the Ryu fight into account, I don't think he's beating 3 Tomoe. I think he's at best time.
I just think that's just, I don't know what it is. I think I complained about this last time, that, you know, with all the versatility Mitsuki's been given, I have no idea why Ikimoto won't, you know, show what he did in Chapter 7.
But he won't show what he did in the Owl arc?
No, not in the Owl arc.
Or the Boro fight.
I'm talking about in 2 Blue Vortex. Like,
I know, and I'm talking about when he actually did things.
Yeah.
Even against Boruto, Mitsuki doesn't. Okay, honestly, we were making fun of what Mitsuki does. Mitsuki only uses snakes there too. Like, this is what he does. He makes sage snakes, turns them into Mitsuki clones, then turns them back into sage snakes, all in the middle of the attack. I don't know why he turned them into the clones at all. But
I can't wait for the anime to animate that. I cannot wait.
like all he's done, Mitsuki has literally only done snakes. He hasn't used a single other jutsu.
And
he's not even using the lightning style, like snake lightning. He's just using snake.
And I don't think his snake snakes have venom, unlike his normal snakes, which seem to move just as fast.
But anyway, Clay says stops at TBV3 Tomoe Sarada. I don't know if that means he beats her and then stops, or he beats these 3 then stops her. I don't know what that necessarily means, but
I think it means
here's the actual point, though.
If you want to zoom in, by the way, since we're watching on your screen. Okay.
So again, stops at TBV3 Tomoe. Okay. Serious though, why is this true? In Naruto, Toad Sage Mode was comparable to the Mangekyo as a power-up. Technically even comparable to the Rinnegan. The Leaf Village essentially thought that only a sage, Jiraiya Naruto, could actually take on Pain. We saw Pain defeat Kakashi, who literally died using his Mangekyo. Granted, Pain also beat Sage Naruto and Jiraiya. This is before Naruto uses Six Tails. So the Rinnegan's probably still better than Toad's Sage Mode, but as we can see, it can put up a pretty close fight. The Mangekyo is portrayed as being weaker than that. We see with Naruto and Sasuke, seemingly in the 5 Kage summits, presented them being like pretty even, at least before Sasuke goes blind. So This brings Toad Stage Mode versus MS. People like to debate. I guess I'm saying things ahead of time. Okay. People like to debate MS Sasuke versus Panarch Stage Naruto all the time. Usually they use the 5 Kage Summit Sasuke where he gets the Susanoo and Hatred amps, not the B fight Sasuke. Pretty much everyone thinks Naruto beats that Sasuke, and Setsu literally tells that Sasuke that Naruto is stronger than him at that point. So that basically means Susanoo Mangekyo pretty much equal to Toad Sage Mode, given, equal basis, Naruto and Sasuke being pretty equal. In terms of Mangekyo development, this is where I'm so scattered. In terms of Mangekyo development, Sarada is currently at B Fight Sasuke, 1 to 2 abilities. So far it seems like only 1 ability's been used, but unless it's like Sasuke, where his 2 abilities look the same if you don't know. There could have been a second one, but she only names 1, so I assume she only has 1 ability, which is actually not even the end of B Fight Sasuke, because in B Fight Sasuke gets the second ability, and she doesn't have Susanoo. So in terms of Mangekyo development, she is less developed than 5 Kage Summit Sasuke, and that's the MS that's comparable to Toad Sage Mode. Now, as we know, Mitsuki and Sarada have similar base levels, even in TBV. So, unless Mitsuki's super crazy ultimate top secret Orochimaru and Kara Inner Blitzing Sage Mode is just weaker than Toad Sage Mode, why is Sarada's MS so much stronger? Even if Sarada's MS just is 6 paths of Renegon tier, why isn't Mitsuki at least a relative? Toad Sage Mode would be. Ikimoto better come up with a half-decent excuse for this BS. Thoughts?
So,
wait, what?
Thoughts?
Why isn't he as strong as TBV Sarada?
Well, the real question is, why isn't he way stronger? But the low-end question is, why isn't he at least a relative to MS Sarada in his Sage Mode?
I have no idea.
Remember, Toad Stage Mode, comparable to Susanoo level MS. Sarada has less MS development. Mitsuki has, Orochimaru Kara Inner Blitzing, ultimate, super crazy, top secret Sage Mode. So even if, is Toad Sage Mode just infinitely better than Mitsuki's Sage Mode? Is that the conclusion we're supposed to take? The thing that Oroshiki was afraid of?
Honestly, no.
Let me just edit this post so I can put the Oroshiki part in there.
Stupid. But please, Immortal, go ahead.
Honestly, I don't think so. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know which Sage Mode is stronger than which, but I don't think that's the point. To be honest with you.
Well, okay. So you think they're equal?
Well, it's kind of hard to say that they're equal.
Well, Immortal, let me ask you this. Immortal. Do you think No Memories Pre-Academy Mitsuki would beat or lose to base Panarch Naruto?
Does he have access to Sage Mode?
No.
Then no.
Okay, so Mitsuki loses to base Panarch Naruto. Now let me ask you this. Does Sage Mode Mitsuki from the one-shot beat Sage Mode Naruto from the Panarch?
Is he experienced with his
let's ask
power?
a more roundabout question. Do you think Panarch Toad Sage Mode Naruto wins or loses against Boruto era Orochimaru?
Boruto era Orochimaru
versus Panarch Toad Stage Mode Naruto. Who wins?
Yeah, so if we put Boruto era Orochimaru in Pain's position against Naruto.
Who wins? Orochimaru pretty much wins.
Okay. So we said base Panarch Naruto beats base pre-Academy Mitsuki, correct?
Yes.
And Boruto era Orochimaru beats Toad Stage Mode Panarch Naruto, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Correct.
Based off that logic, Mitsuki's Sage Mode has to be stronger than Toad's Sage Mode. Otherwise, this wouldn't be possible, because the Mitsuki chapter clearly shows that Sage Mitsuki is stronger than Boruto Orochimaru.
Yes.
Free Academy, by the way.
That's my favorite thing to add on to that. Because it's true. Free Academy is crazy.
So remember, Toad's Sage Mode is comparable to a more developed Mangekyo and even to the Rinnegan. Mitsuki's Sage Mode is at least stronger, if not way stronger, than Toad's Sage Mode. So why isn't Mitsuki's Sage Mode comparable to an MS? Alternatively, if Sarada's MS just is Ishiki level, is just beyond Six Pets tier, then why? She's like, Sasuke should be closer to the Sage God powers, given that he was both an inter-reincarnate and literally given them, and his wasn't like that.
Well, it's interesting. A lot of people seem to believe that Kamui is the most broken ability.
Wow.
You're kind of disappearing.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't that close to my mic. A lot of people seem to believe that Kamui isn't the most broken. I mean, not isn't. Is the a lot of people believe that Kamui is the most broken ability. Let me restate
I would agree with that.
It's one of the most, and most people think that, yeah.
Would you believe that Kamui is the most broken character here?
Well,
it's not. What are you talking about?
Things on that. I think of the people here, I'm the most broken. Well, that's another topic for another day.
I mean, I probably wouldn't say Kamui's the most broken ability. Technically, Kimimaru's bones are definitively the strongest ability.
Yeah, I think he meant among all Mangekyo abilities.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I think I'd probably have it at the top.
You sounded quiet there. What'd you say?
I think I would have it at the top. I think I'd have Kamui as the strongest Mangekyo ability, even now.
I would still agree. The problem with Sarada is we need to understand it a little bit better.
Yeah.
But as of right now, yeah, Kamui is just very useful.
Yeah.
Especially, you also have to keep in mind, when you have both eyes, not only can Obito's teleportation speed just double, based off what we see with Kakashi, he can also just long distance combo you and be intangible and all this other crazy shit. Like.
Stupid. I love it. Well, Kamui, you'll be happy to hear if you go to the Walky Talky podcast, which everyone should subscribe to, and go to the community poll section. So if you want to pull that up, and then if you want to scroll down 2 or 3 days, I think, there is a plethora of recent posts here that are about this very same topic. It's like all these different posts here. There's a ton of different posts here. So maybe if we wanted to go through like all of these, I think starting from around here-ish. Yeah, it's just like this whole little area here. This whole little wall of things here. So whichever one you want to start with.
I'm going to look at all these Sarada ones. Okay, it looks like this is the start. How strong is Sarada's MS?
Wow. Immortal, did you vote on this one?
No.
Wow. Where would you vote? I love that answer. It's stupid. Don't forget to like
this
the poll,
answer is implying these are all wrong.
Don't forget to like the poll, Kamui. There you go. So I would agree. I think she's realistically placed. People hate the realistically placed option. That's what the comments are. Jonathan Oliver going off with the Mamba.
Oh god, where is he?
Orochimaru's VR is loving it. So shout out Mamba.
Mamba's arguing with him.
Yep. A true villain of
Where's
the community.
Jonathan Oliver?
He might not be on this one. He's on some of them. I don't know which ones he's on exactly.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, it was like 298 votes, by the way. Feel free to like say the percentages out loud as well.
10% top of the verse.
Which
That's
is
definitely what
crazy.
Mello voted.
That's crazy.
26% relative to Boruto, which I think is also crazy considering Boruto showed up in. I don't care. I'm gonna go against everything I said in a different stream, but Boruto did just show up in one shot Matsuri.
Exactly. Thank you.
Sarada had to like use her Mangekyo
Yeah.
to do stuff to Ryu.
Exactly.
And it took longer.
Thank you. I'm glad you're
Above
using my argument.
Jigen, she could potentially. This is probably of all these. This is the most reasonable. We just said Jigen, so we're talking about base Jigen, and that could be the high end of reasonable for her.
You know,
That's
speaking of
fair.
Jigen, could Ohirume pretty much force Jigen to resize himself, or would it keep him stuck in place? Like, would gravity even be able to affect him like that?
It seems like she can. Obviously, we don't know right now, but it seems like she has to choose the targets to be affected. I don't think it's a subconscious thing. So it might be whatever she's looking at. So, like, hypothetically, if Ryu had, instead of iron sand, if he also had if he had golden sand, which he hadn't revealed up until now, he just like he brings it out of the ground and uppercut Sarada, and she has no idea that gold sand was even a concept. I think it just would hit her because gold sand just
she
wasn't
wasn't
a target.
sucking up the other sand.
Yeah, well, that's also another thing. I think she can only suck up only a couple things at a time. I don't think she can have infinite targets.
Seems reasonable,
It
or
might
like
be-
more chakra per target. Or
Yeah,
something.
might be one, or she might just have 2 targets, 1 per eye, or she might just have like 4 targets, 1 per each orb, or I don't know how it's gonna work, but either way.
Yeah,
But if Jigen shrinks down and
8
she
for
can't,
one for each triangle at the most.
exactly, if she can't see Jigen, then she might not be able to affect him.
Yeah.
But either way, I don't think he would try that or need to try that. First of all, he could just put a freaking teleport warp behind him and
Yeah, exactly,
sucked
right
back
behind
into
him
it.
so that he goes into it.
yeah, and just he doesn't need to teleport to a different dimension. I think just out of her range of effectiveness, just sniper from
We
there.
also don't know what happens when you go into a portal. Now, of course, what she did to Ryu was different, but like hypothetically, if you get sucked into a portal, we don't know what happens where you go or anything.
Yeah, like if she has to make the orb tangible in order to blow someone up rather than suck them in, then the orb can be destroyed because it's tangible, and so Jigen could just destroy it or send it to Daikokuten or anything else the moment it becomes tangible.
But actually, that's another
realistically,
good point. He might be able to just shrink the portal too.
yeah, we know that Ryu can't fly, but Jigen can, so it's possible his flying could just out-suck the suckiness anyways, and he could just overpower Ohirume. Realistically,
that too.
I think what he would just do is Daikokuten some rods and just high speed launch them at Sarada, and that would just easily, the projectile speed would easily escape the event horizon of the orb and just pierce Sarada and probably deactivate Ohirume entirely. That's what I'm assuming Jigen's gonna do. Jura. I'm assuming whenever Sarada eventually does use Ohirume on Jura, it's not gonna work because Jura's gonna blast himself through Biju bombs out of his eye, out of the freaking sphere or whatever.
Yeah,
gonna blast
or he'll
the
blow
ground.
up the orb or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's even gonna be the orb. I think he's just gonna launch it at the ground, and its speed is gonna work. It's just gonna hit the ground easily because it's fast.
Yeah.
That's my thoughts anyway.
Anyway, how strong is MS Sarada? Baryon mode, Sasuke. This doesn't specify which Sasuke. So what did you have in mind?
Boruto Sasuke.
Like the Jigen fight Sasuke?
I don't really care which one, just Boruto. I know it's different levels, but whichever one you want it to be.
Well, I meant like post nerf or pre nerf.
I didn't specify.
I was gonna ask which code, like white comma or not, but we know that means nothing. So limiters on or off? The pictures are on.
Let's go with the picture.
Okay. So do you think limiters on code over Ryu. I think we did put him there in that tier list. Okay, above Ryu.
All right.
This is the safest answer. But
Yeah, exactly.
66%. How many black spheres will peak Sarada be able to make? I'll go with 8.
Yeah, I thought that was an
that's
interesting
60%.
one. Infant is just stupid. I kind of think it's funny as an answer.
24% voted it though.
It'd be cool.
What's her second ability? She doesn't have one. I hope it's this one.
I doubt it's going to be, considering practically every second Mangekyo showing ability just is influencing the first one. Kamui is just long range.
Itachi is literally the only exception.
Yeah.
Obito, it's 2 Kamuis. Shizui, we don't know, but we've seen 2 different explanations about his Kodomatsu Kami that could imply just 2 different versions of that. Sasuke, 2 different aspects of
let's be honest, flame control just is Amaterasu. It just should be a part of the ability, especially considering Itachi was literally following Sasuke like a homing projectile without flame control.
Well, he's just turning his head. It should just be part of the ability realistically, but it's just not apparently.
Like if you're able to cast it, you should be able to suck it up without flame control.
I know, but it's not anyway. So yeah, Sarada. We may have already seen it, but
we'll see.
She only named 1, which to be but then again, Obito says Kamui and Kamui. Shizui says Kodomatsu Kami and Kodomatsu Kami.
Well, to be fair,
Sasuke did give a different name.
To be fair, but I will say, intangibility, if you want to count it as a separate ability from Kamui, it is going to the Kamui dimension, but it is fundamentally feels different. By the way, you can skip the next 2 polls.
Than Kakashi's, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to skip this poll, and I think the next one as well. This one isn't relevant. Neither is this one. But back to this.
I hate this. Stupid. I voted this as a joke, but
okay. A lot of people didn't vote it as a joke.
53% still have the joke on. Which, by the way, based on feats,
people were complaining so much in the comments because we haven't seen the Jogon yet. It's feetless. I love it. Immortal, what would you vote on this one? Well, what about you, Sauron? Well, anyways.
Hello.
Right? That's what I'm saying. But going to the next
we'll continue.
Poll,
which ability is weakest? This one, it depends, to be honest, because this one, if you ignore Sasori entirely, this just probably is the definitive answer. But with Sasori specifically, it technically has the highest ceiling.
Yeah.
Because I know Tensei has control problems. If Sasori just found Madara's body, for example, and he makes a Madara human puppet, as far as we're aware, it will be a full-powered Madara human puppet with added enhancements.
I mean, based on Karma Seal shenanigans, Byakugo might just be the strongest.
Well, that was before Ikimoto took over and dropped the plot point.
Fair, but, I'll also say I voted clone marks on one of my accounts because it's not actually a fighting ability. It's useful in a fight, but only as like assistance. It's like versatile. It isn't actually a fighting ability. So.
Yeah, but well, I mean, then you could say that about Byakugo Seal and stuff. But
yeah, I mean,
that said, if Coach just does what he did to the Tent Tails on anyone, that's a fighting ability.
You're not wrong.
I'm switching this because of what I said about Sasori. Only stats. I'm gonna vote the wrong answer.
See, but I actually did like some of these results for some of these. I expected way more people to vote Sarada here, but the next two really surprised me.
Okay, they actually voted Minato. Good.
Yeah, I was surprised. But
they're gonna say MS. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one in particular I feel like is the most relevant to your topic.
Yeah. Yeah. So why is this just better?
And again, this is like more in terms of multipliers. In which case, it's hard to say, but I think I agree with the consensus for the most part that the Mangekyo Sharingan itself is the multiplier rather than each unique Mangekyo being a different multiplier. Like, I think Sarada's Mangekyo gives her just as much of a multiplier stat boost amp as Itachi's does, as Obito's does, as etc. etc.
It should be that way, unless there's reason to believe otherwise. So, for example, Sasuke has and Madara have the Choku Tomoe. Yes,
that's fair.
That might have a bigger boost because Choku Tomoe into reincarnation stuff. Yeah. That's understandable. But that's the specific exception. I have no reason to believe why Sarada should have a better amp. And if she does, I want a good explanation because she's not a ninja reincarnate. She's less Uchiha, and she wasn't directly given Hagoromo power.
I'll also add that obviously the Mangekyo Sharingan can get stronger over time through hatred amps, but at that point, that's not the eye. That's the unique chakra that your body uses through the eye.
It's really just the person. It's the person's base at that point. Like, Sasuke just is hatred filled all the time. Like,
exactly.
And besides, I don't think she's full of hate. Kakashi with his Kamui Shuriken versus Yaramura Itachi and Totsuka Blade. That's a tough one.
Ooh.
I would say to some extent Kamui Shuriken's pointless because you can just use your long distance Kamui so you don't have to hit them with a Shuriken. Just cool. Being able to be intangible is useful, but blocking everything's also useful.
Intangibility is obviously more useful than blocking. What?
I know, but Totsuka Blade.
Okay. But sealing in Kamui, it's the same thing. Okay. People were really mad that I put Sarada on there when we haven't even seen her Susanoo ability yet.
Yeah, they don't understand jokes. How big of a... I just don't know with this one.
Okay. Well, again, this goes back to how much of a multiplier do you think the Mangekyo is in general to like anyone?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, it's probably not 50 plus. But
I know. I still have to do that as a joke because I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, how much do you like? A lot of people like it.
Well, apparently. Well, to be fair, realistically, if you think about it, that's only like half. A little bit over half like it. In a way. A lot of people have
people do.
A problem with it.
Well, they think it makes perfect sense.
That's so stupid. People were mad that I gave some of these as the options because they can't see any of these happening in the next chapter.
Yeah,
but I wanted to do some unorthodox things for like each of these. So for the next like week, it's going to be continuing. What do you think's happening in the next chapter? If you want to go to the,
I know I want to look at these.
Yeah.
Oh, you just changed it slightly.
Yeah, no, it's the same premise for every single one, just worded slightly differently.
You just worded it differently.
Exactly.
Kashi's return. I almost did that one.
This one I thought was a really good one, and people like this one. They said it was a really difficult decision choosing.
Okay, it was closer than I expected. I figured Matsuri should win.
No, I think this is a good one. Because we obviously have this written down elsewhere, and we can get to it later as well. But yeah, Ryu's more entertaining, but Matsuri should be better for the story. But then again, is the story gonna be good? Well, we'll see.
I mean, either way, though, I just think I mean, you have a point. If the story's not going to be good, might as well get the more entertaining
Exactly.
one. But...
So, depends how much faith we have. Rather than which one it should be. If you wanted to, we could look at the scheduled community polls and decide right now what we think is gonna be most likely. I guess you'll have to. I guess not much of a problem to change accounts. If you want, well, you're already doing it. I was gonna say I could share my screen, but you're already there.
Yeah.
Shout out SpongeBob. Yeah, okay, so these, what do you think will happen next chapter? You can't vote yet, obviously, because it's not out, but we can at least discuss it.
I'm the host now. What should Ada use as omnipotence?
Really unorthodox.
Okay.
A new Shinju's born is interesting.
What? Okay.
I know this is a little bit difficult. I expect Gar will be unsealed at the end of this arc, but I don't think it's going to happen next chapter.
Yeah, this is quick because it's supposed to be Jura showing up, but like hypothetically Jura shows up and leaves like every other time. Then you could get to this.
Yeah.
This could work.
I think it only works if Koji makes this move.
Timed, unless they could just implement it in the middle, but it kind of depends on like how long this arc's going to continue for.
Well, this could also be the reason why Kawaki comes if he does at all.
Yeah, exactly. So there could be something there. I could see this actually happening. Similarly, this feels out of place because it seems like Jura's about to show up, but like hypothetically,
well, it happened last time Jura showed up. This is reason for leaving.
Exactly. So hypothetically, Mamoshi's birthing the next Shinju while Jura
which could literally
shows up,
happen at any time.
Yeah. This is my favorite, probably.
Okay.
But
then Ada using omnipotence, we just agree is not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna
happen. Pretty funny.
What would you want to happen most?
Yeah. So Killer Bee Returns, I think, is the funniest for next chapter.
Yeah, Killer Bee Returns is hilarious, but no. Okay, so this is my answer. It's the most nonsensically random thing.
Well, if hypothetically you have Jura ties to the Tintails to Kaguya, that could work.
It could, but the timing's too random. Like, the timing would have been chapter 14 or something.
I know. I think most likely is a new Singularity of Fate. I think of anyone, it's probably going to be Konohamaru through whatever Boruto tells him because he stays there for whatever reason and doesn't leave.
Well, this is also fairly likely too.
That's fair. But to be fair, I do think New Singularity of Fate is more likely than the Minato one.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Lee's return. We all know Paradox would choose that one. But...
Yeah.
We got Tamaru.
Okay.
That's pretty likely.
So I was looking through these and I was like, okay. And then I saw this and I said, I hate. So this should be the answer. But
be a cool transition to the next arc.
I hate the fact that my heart's here right now.
The least related to the current events.
You know, the funniest thing is, okay, I'm trying to think in my head if I actually can disagree with this, but I think I might just agree with this. I think the most hype thing a Shinju has the most hype thing a Shinju has done is Mamushi looking at Ada.
I agree.
It's just the coolest thing. And it's not even anything that important. But I will admit, so far, this doesn't mean much, but I love it.
Low-key,
not just as a meme.
It is a cool thing, though. It's almost, I hate to compare it, but like in Death Note, it's almost like the potato chip scene in comparison, to where it's like a trivial small thing, but it is intentionally cool and hype for everything that it actually means on like a deeper level.
Exactly. Like it just is cool.
Has
Like
big
it's like
ramifications.
L saying, "I want you to know I'm L," and he's looking at L
Yeah,
Light's face.
yeah, exactly.
Like,
It is. That's
you know,
probably a
it's
better
just this
comparison.
is yeah. So inevitably we may be let down. But I hate to say it. Mamushi is one of the people I'm most hyped and interested in.
Well,
Even though he
Mamushi's
has
literally
done-
sitting there doing nothing anyways. If Jura's gonna go, he might as well go with Mamushi. In which case, Ada's not gonna want to keep watching because Mamushi's gonna be there, which means Mamushi's probably gonna see Ada, who doesn't want to watch right now, under fear that Mamushi is gonna see her. And so that'd be like the perfect way to pay that off.
Yeah, honestly, because Koji also said that Mamushi shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
This could be a surprise for Ada when Mamushi shows up.
It could be even that Koji knew Mamushi was gonna show up, but lied to Ada.
Yeah, but he needed Ada to watch anyway before
Exactly.
then, so he just lied.
Yeah.
Just like he lied to Boruto.
And so I hope that we get something there so that Ada maybe stops working with Koji.
I hate the fact that we're hyping ourselves up for something that's probably not going to happen. But I think that probably is the single thing that's reasonable for them to do next chapter that could just get me jumping out of my seat and really happy.
I agree.
Like, I'm not asking for much. I'm asking for Mamushi to see Ada. Anyway,
So
what will happen first?
So not next chapter, but which of these will we get first?
Yeah, this one. It's this one.
Okay. So sad to hear.
It's not these two.
It's not those two.
This could happen, but I feel like it's too soon. Like, I feel like the way they're moving, they have to do Mamushi before Hidari again.
Yeah,
like, they just have to.
Yeah.
And I feel like they're going to have one of these in between before that, so.
I agree. So spoilers aren't out yet, but I figured this is when spoilers are going to be dropping, of which algorithm. So
What?
I worded it that way.
Okay, so for this, I'm going to say, which do we think is the most likely to be a spoiler?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to say no. Well, what are they going to show in this? Mitsuki not training and Sarada holding back. This is reasonable because this is also vague. Anything karma. This is karma the most likely.
I was thinking like Momoshiki taking over in terms of that, but yeah, anything karma could work in particular.
I don't even want this unless it's Sage Mitsuki being a badass and they're explaining why he sucks now. That's the only way I'd want this.
Sure.
All three of these could be cool. This isn't really as much for Sumire, but more so for the inevitable Amado double betrayal where he forced on.
Yeah. But what I was in particular thinking of there is Sumire is going to be the one to unlock Kawaki's limiters, whereas Amado isn't going to do it. But obviously, making it vaguer is a lot more preferable to vote for if you're going to list that as an option.
Yeah.
And then Jigen mentioned would just be cool. Like, I don't need to see him.
I know, that's what I was
just
say. So as much as I want Momoshiki to manifest, I would love this too.
Absolutely. Anyways.
Which would be best for the story?
Naruto trades Kawaki's crazy. That means Naruto has to come back.
These two, probably. But depends on what they do with it, to be fair. But it would be one of these two. Most hyped.
Ooh.
This, then this. Even though it makes no sense. I don't care because I don't care about this character. And I expect him to just body her. You know what? Okay. I would be hyped because I want to see Kira body her.
To see Mello's reaction. That's the only reason, for external reasons.
Yes. This mind baffling. He's going to call it a retcon.
The community, especially Twitter, would care about that last one the most.
Yeah. This should be awesomely cool if Kawaki's limiters made sense. But that's my next video. 21 expectations. I'm gonna guess one of these two, I think.
Yeah.
If they do Mamushi, it's getting this.
Uh-huh. Like, Mamushi's gonna blow my socks off.
I'm expecting this. Which, I mean, it makes sense as expected. This, though, actually, it might even be one of these, because Mamushi's included with the things we want. This is if they pull at Chapter 13, Jura shows up, grabs Thorn Souls, leaves because they're gonna rot, and that's the end of the arc. So I think it's actually this or this.
Yeah. I mean, well, what is expected? What are we expecting to happen next chapter? Boruto's gonna stay, maybe talk a little Konohamaru.
That's the problem.
Mitsuki, Sarada might wake up, we'll have Jura show up, and I guess Boruto probably fights Jura. Jura probably gets a soul thorn, probably goes back. Maybe Boruto dies or gets sniped.
See, okay, here's the problem. I expect this. Because Boruto can't die for obvious reasons. Or if he does die, it's going to be Chapter 67 all over again, where he just comes right back immediately in the same chapter for whatever explanation.
Oh, I got a stupid one
only
for you.
Talking about... See, the only way this will work is if they actually play into the whole Boruto versus Koji, why you always lying, bro, thing that we were talking about.
Yeah. I got a really stupid one for you. So because Momoshiki fused with Kinshiki, well, Momoshiki is the one that did his karma shenanigans back in Chapter 67 or whatever. What if next chapter, it's Kinshiki that does it?
Kinshiki. Okay. I hate to say it, as stupid as that is, that's better than I expected.
I can see it.
In fact, that blows my socks off.
For the wrong reasons.
I mean, I'll take any Kinshiki thing I can take
fair.
at this point.
Yeah. Like, that one hologram we saw of him the one time was freaking hype. So.
Exactly. Okay, I'll do one more real quick before I walk away and let you take over for a bit, so I can talk less.
I'll also say we're doing awful on speedrunning topics tonight. Even worse than I was expecting.
I know, we did a terrible start, which is why now I want to try and see if we can do this.
We've covered one so far. To be fair, it was a somewhat long one, but still.
We did a really long, not topic intro topic anyway.
Yeah.
But I did want to ask Immortal about his story.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, so Oodie, I would like you to read this
so we're gonna
panel
have this conversation again, huh?
Yes.
If you want to zoom in, that'd be very helpful. But okay, hold up. We've got one other uninvited guest. ...
Why did Kawaki say this anyway? He's acting like he believes Boruto is a traitor.
Well, not necessarily. Did anyone invite Boruto here?
Whereas, no. Why is he acting so weird about it?
Well, Boruto showed up, didn't he?
But why is he being so like he hates Boruto?
Well, I could give you a narrative reason that doesn't exist but sounds nice to try and excuse it.
Okay, I wonder if it's similar to what I have in mind, so go.
He loves Boruto, which is why it's so hard for him to kill Boruto, which is why he needs to act like this to essentially relieve the pain to make it easier to where he can kill Boruto.
I actually love that. The alternative would be this is him talking about Momoshiki, essentially. the
Oh.
merging the two together thing. So Momoshiki's the uninvited guest.
Okay, I like
The
that.
problem, though, with that is, if that's the route we're gonna go, then I would prefer that Kawaki actually just does refer to Boruto as Momoshiki. Whether it's specifically, it can either be to Boruto when he's talking about Boruto with Delta, or both. But at some point, he should just refer to him as Momoshiki, if you're gonna go that route.
I'd be fine with that.
Both of which are great and not in the story, though.
Yes. Okay.
Kawaki's uninvited guest, it makes no sense. That's that clip.
I'm not gonna clip that, I don't think.
Yeah, I know. I'll let you pick what you want to do next.
Okay. Well, would you prefer Naruto or Boruto?
This one's up to you.
See, I was hoping you weren't gonna say that. Okay.
But just
Yeah. Well, you're definitely
I'm
looking at a
reading
lot
this-
of different
okay.
topics.
Let's do this one.
Okay. So so I have a script for you here. So this is a script between Black Zetsu and Sasuke during the
okay,
end
real
of
quick.
Shippuden. This was
Okay,
Kaguya.
I gotta present this first because it's not what you're doing.
Uh-huh.
I thought you were like quoting "I'm with Sasuke," like Black Zetsu just said. Like, for example, Black Zetsu says Kaguya's child, and Sasuke says, "Wait, you're what?" And then Zetsu says, "I'm with Sasuke," and then you were like, "What?" I was like, "Where does he say?" I'm confused, and now I understand.
Okay.
You're saying
okay.
I agree with Sasuke.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, let's set the scene, Kamui. So no spoilers. You're right. So this is the lava dimension. ... So I'll voice Black Zetsu, and you can voice Sasuke. She who was sealed away by her own children.
Black Zetsu, what are you?
Kaguya's child.
Wait, you're what?
Yeah. So I think you can see a very clear problem with this dialogue. This is very indicative
exactly.
of something that is very much so not the case.
He's making it seem like Black Zetsu himself sealed her,
Hey,
right? Or at least
exactly.
helped.
So this is made even weirder by the fact that this is after saying he isn't Madara's will, but Kaguya's will, which he said in front of Sasuke. Like, he's saying this right after saying the sealed away by your own children, Kaguya. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, what are
Black Zetsu doesn't even feel like Kaguya's child.
I know.
Still.
Like, I feel like thematically they were trying to go for something there that they never actually really went for.
I know, and it also is completely one-sided because Kaguya does not view
Exactly.
Zetsu as her child at all.
Exactly, it's so weird.
It's not like Hakura Mahabara, where it's like, you are my children, and I love you and hate you. It's just, what should I do next, Black Zetsu?
Like, why isn't he just viewing himself as only Kaguya's will, like he originally said to Madara? Like, does the weird Madara will Zetsu thing that he spawned on Obito right before he turned into the Tintels, does that
Madara
think he's
mom.
a Madara's child?
Mother.
I don't think so. Like, because I think
Who
that,
thinks
like,
they
shadow
could've
clones
done,
are
but-
practically the same thing as Naruto's will. They don't see Naruto as
literally.
mother, whatever. So that is weird. What?
I mean, like, they should have either actually done something with the child mother thing, or just had Black Zetsu be Kaguya's soul, and it goes away when she's resurrected, and she just makes fun of Obito instead. Like,
I mean, I could be okay with that.
but that
Definitely
said, I like Black Zetsu's personality, which is a wild take, I know.
Well,
But
something
I
that
I really like his voice more than anything. But
that's fair. Something I will say. Hagoromo only tells the Edo Hokage who disappear before the Edo Hokage can tell anyone else, which is also during Infinite Tsukiyomi when nobody else could hear them. So, so Sasuke, from Sasuke's perspective, did he ever find out the truth? Or does he just think this is a possibility? Black Zetsu's the one that sealed Kaguya. Like, does he know that's not the case? And that it was Ashura Ninja? I mean, he knows about Hagoromo and Hamura, but did he?
I mean, he knows that Hagoromo sealed the 10 tails. That is Kaguya.
So I don't know, it's weird. It's like, I don't know why Zetsu made it needlessly complicated for Sasuke here. Like, I'm not surprised at Sasuke's reaction. And to be fair,
I mean,
the dialogue, I did trim it down slightly. There was like a couple of extra words in between, but they're like separate from this. It didn't change the context of this.
yeah.
So
The reality is, this aspect of the war arc could have been either simplified or made each part matter, or make each part consistent, or all of the above.
Sasuke should be very confused.
Yes, as we are. Should I delete this?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now let's do this one real quick.
This is not a real quick one. Oh, this one. Okay,
Well,
yeah, this one is fine. This one is fine.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, because this one, it's not in reference to the left two speech bubbles, it's only in reference to the right one. So if you remember in the war arc, Naruto was talking to Tintel Zobito in the weird blue Ninshu realm after, or I guess during, the tug of war. So one of the things that Naruto tells Obito is, Obito, neither of us knew our parents. And ignoring everything else Naruto says.
This we know.
Yeah.
Naruto knows about Rin dying.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. We both lost people precious to us. Not a problem there. And which is why you tried to shake me by saying solitude is my worst nightmare. Again, nothing wrong there. Yeah, Naruto can say that. This first part, Naruto just didn't see that. Or if he saw it, he had to have seen it off screen, which would be very weird considering they intentionally showed us everything else they showed us on screen.
Exactly. And all those scenes aren't describing Obito being an orphan. In fact, it's not really even focused on that much. It's like mentioned like once in one of his flashbacks, and they just move on. It's not like the focus of his flashbacks.
So Naruto just doesn't know this. He is just assuming. And something else I'll reinforce here is, well, Naruto didn't see Obito talking to his but then he wouldn't know about that then. Naruto would have to specifically see Obito not knowing his parents. Which I don't know a scene where he could see that. What would he be seeing?
Exactly. And these scenes are from Obito's perspective, so it can't be a scene of, Minato privately talking to Kakashi saying, oh yeah, Obito doesn't know his parents.
If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if Naruto saw a flashback of Obito with his aunt or whatever, grandma, whoever it was taking care of, and Naruto just thought that was his mom.
Yeah. So. Now my answer is off-screen Ninshu bullshit science.
Which I hated that, you already know.
So, maybe this is still Ninshu bullshit science. Maybe Naruto just can feel Obito's feeling of not knowing parents.
That's not a feeling.
Well, Naruto felt it.
Okay, it's a lack of a feeling, if anything. It is a vacancy. There is an empty void. To not feel it.
The problem is, I would say, okay, he can feel that empty void. The problem is, this is the empty void.
Exactly.
Does Obito even care?
It's not the way I've seen it.
All right, we can delete this one. Actually, I almost want to just put this in intro topics if you want to
Sure.
copy it over.
Yeah, if you want to, since you're right there anyways. It's something I'll also mention. Naruto, of all people, shouldn't be saying this, since Naruto himself, very early on, found replacements. Aruka's like a father to him. That's episode 1. It doesn't matter that Naruto doesn't know his parents. He shouldn't care. Why would he think Obito does? So this just, if anything, I'm sure you would agree. Even if you disagree with the overall interpretation, that does just help my case. Naruto is an evil gaslighting terrorist. It only helps my case.
I would agree with that.
Okay. That's all I needed.
We'll save this one for a different time.
Yeah, that's that.
So let's go back to this, because you had like a few back to back. I guess these two back. I'm gonna walk away now, so I'm gonna leave this on the screen.
Okay,
but
if you want to zoom in a little bit more.
These topics.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. So we've talked about this before, but I just want to bring it up again. Yeah, so the question is, why did Jigen even ask Boro to kill Ada and Damon anyways? Because we know Jigen wanted to discard the cyborgs who are stronger than Jigen because, oh, they're stronger than Jigen or whatever. The android's stronger than Jigen, but weaker than Ishiki, blah, blah, blah. We know that Jigen asked Boro in particular to do that. So there's a couple problems with this. The first and most obvious one that I don't think I've ever thought about before, but Boro just is human. So even if he wanted to kill her, similar to how Code wanted to kill her and tried to do so, then Boro just wouldn't be able to actually go through with it because any intent to harm her just wouldn't work, as we saw with Code. And Jigen should just know this. It's part of the reason he wanted her discarded, because blah, blah, blah. So I'm not going to take the stupid, dumb, the virus can get around it, blah, 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 it's putting them to sleep, so it's able to get around the love charm. No, I'm not going to take that nonsense when Code's weird scientific ninja tool like claw hand through his claw marks, you know, the Shin Jutsu from Shibai, of all people, couldn't do anything, despite the fact that Code didn't even know about the love charm in the first place. So that's the first point.
Okay. So a couple things. I'm gonna start with the last. I'm gonna go in like order almost.
Mm-hmm.
After that last part, Code can use claw marks. He just can't kill her with them. So putting her to sleep with the virus, I see no problem with it, whether you like it or not. However,
well, how would you put them to sleep? Because there's no virus that puts you to sleep that doesn't harm you to put you to sleep.
Well,
because that would be harmful intent.
The problem is that Ada said because it doesn't inflict pain with the shadow possession, and neither does the claw marks. So it depends on whether the virus hurts or not.
I mean, it looks like it hurt them in the Boro fight in the manga. So.
Ignoring that, the main problem, no matter what, Jigen would know that Boro can't just kill her whether she's asleep or not, seemingly. So why wouldn't he be like, Boro, put her to sleep for me so I can kill her?
Exactly.
That makes no sense.
It's not a thing of trusting Boro or thinking that it can happen. He knows Boro can't do it. Not Boro in particular specifically, but Boro falls under the category of all the people who just can't. So doesn't matter.
I do have a
can't do it.
You could. Okay, so there's an aspect of ridiculousness, but you could just make this theory. So I'm going to make a theory. I'm going to present it in a way that covers as many bases as possible. Possibility. Ada didn't create, manifest, whatever, unlock the love charm until when Boro was doing this whole thing. So hypothetically, Ada, no, okay, you're gonna be like, what for a second, but hypothetically, Ada's walking around Kara, no love charm. Chiga just knows she's stronger than him, wants her disposed. So he says, Boro, can you do it? Now, again, that sounds weird at first because, Boro's not stronger than Jigen, but
Well, that's the
if he
second
just
point.
put a lot of value in his virus being OP as hell, he's like, yes, this ninja tech shit is just going to bypass all our problems anyway, because it's actually the most OP thing in the world. So he signs her, but then when Boro was doing this, separate from Jigen, she manifested love charm, and then he can't do it. So Jigen essentially just didn't know that was ever going to happen. Boro never told her, or told him. Now, backtracking. Why does Jigen think she's stronger than Jigen? Freaking doesn't even have a love charm, right? Well, this requires that Amado lied at certain points. He has to know about omnipotence if this is the case, because Jigen would have just known she has omnipotence.
Yeah.
I can't let that slide, right? That's the only reason he would, if he doesn't have the love charm, that's why he's going to do this. But if Jigen knows, chances are Amado knows, because, well, he knows about the love charm. And if this theory is true, the love charm happened after the fact, which is also a problem, though, because how does he know about the love charm? Boro must have told Amado. But if he told Amado, okay, I'm dismantling this theory.
Exactly, that's the problem.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter which way you try and get around it. There's a problem every step along the way. I've already done the thought process everywhere you've gone. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. But yeah, you basically already explained the second point here, is that Ada and Damon are stronger than Jigen, supposedly, apparently. So why couldn't they even assume Boro would be able to kill them? Whatever about Ada, but Boro definitely isn't contending with Damon, who is scared of limited code. Boro is scared of code, who's limited, and Damon's beating up unlimited code. So again, I do not accept the virus shenanigans as a workaround.
Okay, because what I was going to say is there's still going to be problems no matter how you slice it, but presenting it, theoretically, we think Damon's just stronger than Ishii, or at least we think he's stronger than all the Jigens anyway, not just base Jigen. Yeah. So Jigen can't win no matter what. Hypothetically, though, the virus just could be in a stupid, cheesy, slimy, backstabbing way to just insta-win, essentially. But so that could be Damon. This doesn't address the Ada problem, regardless. However, if the virus is just this fucking good, first of all, why is Boro afraid of code? Why? Second of all, why isn't Boro just stronger than Jigen? If it's just this good, it's just the only way that works is if Boro's going to sneakily sneak into the room, release the virus, and leave and kind of catch them while they're sleeping or something. That is viable. Damon's taking a nap every 10 minutes. So, yeah, he probably could do that. Maybe that is the secret, actually. If Jigen walks in, Damon's going to wake up because Jigen's strong. Boro, he's just snoring away because Boro's weak as hell. But then Boro catches him off guard with a betrayal. That's possible. But again,
let me throw a wrench in that real quick. Based on what we've seen from Ada, she's not going to let her guard down. Based on everything we saw with her alliance with Code, I can't see any possibility that Ada, unless she just changed, possibly because of this event, I don't see Ada getting in a situation where Boro can put a virus on her, and she's just not going to know.
Yeah, unless she wasn't cautious until that happened, but we don't know enough about it.
This is ridiculous.
Now, if Boro was under her charm, it could have been a Shikamaru thing to where it surprised her, oh, I never imagined that you could be able to do this. Caught her off guard. But why does Jigen think that he can kill her in the first place? Why didn't Jigen just follow up on this?
Considering Boro can't kill her.
Why did he just see, hey, how'd it go?
Even if Boro didn't lie, he can't kill them. Even if he wanted to. So
even if I'm gonna shut him off, it's not gonna change this. Like
exactly.
the effects last until she dies, according to Amino. Like
That's going to apply to Damon as well. You can say whatever about the palm touching hand thing. I don't think it exists. But
then
we've
why
already
write that in?
We've already gone over the sorcery poison immunity thing. Either way, I think the virus is going to reflect onto Boro, whether you think that's going to affect him or not, whether he's immune to his own virus or not. It all plays into it, but either way.
That's really the gist of it. It would reflect, but then it wouldn't do anything because of antibodies, and then
Well, but then again, keep in mind, if it reflects, that means it doesn't affect Damon. It's not going to affect
the
both
idea behind that is just that at some point, one way or another, whatever the weakness is, at some point, whether it's time limit, whatever it is, eventually it's just going to stop. And it's going to work. That's the only way that can work.
Okay. So you already covered this by saying they're sleeping, but I'll just say, I don't think the virus is fast acting enough to where the moment Damon or Ada realizes they're affected, they're not just going to go kill Boro for virusifying them, assuming they're conscious. But you already covered that. So
I guess if Boro just
think
regenerates before Damon finds the core, they'll eventually fall asleep.
Stupid.
That said, with Boro's weird ass durability, every time Damon touches Boro, he might just blow up. So I don't know.
Exactly. Okay.
I'd say he wasn't
Unironically, I
blowing
think
up
I'd be
Code,
okay with
but,
that.
like, Code is durable and Boro isn't.
If the manga or anime ever shows a flashback of this, I would be okay with this being the explanation now. Just to see it. I want to see that.
Yeah, he's just blowing him up, and then Boro's just like, oh shit, and then eventually he falls asleep. He's like, oh, that was close. Like, no, Boro is just like just his stomach left. That's what the core is.
Yeah.
And he's just like, whew, one more hit, and I would have actually died.
No, even better is to where the moment Damon touches him, his entire body just eviscerates, leaving only the core behind, and Damon just doesn't know about the core. So he just keeps regenerating from the core and just blowing up. Every time, like 100% of his body except for the core is destroyed.
He just doesn't know how it works.
Damon's like playing a volleyball with the core, all confused. Like, how do I kill him?
Yeah, what do I do? What is this?
Okay, now that would be something just like out of freaking One Punch Man or Marshall or something else. It's stupid. Anyway.
Oh, it's actually funny. My friend who I went to the Attack on Titan concert with knew the Marshall series.
Let's go.
We were talking about it briefly. I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's the one with like just like a
one.
Haku.
I love that's the only thing you know about the series. Oh my god. I bet you would like Marshall too. It's pretty short too, but either way. Even just for the Naruto facts of it, but okay. So do we want to do this next topic that goes with that top one?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's another question for you, Kamui. So, how does Code even know about Ada in the first place? So, we know that Code knows Ada's name, and that she's the one who knows all, or whatever that means, since that never really went anywhere. But he knows that Jigen asked Boro to discard of them because they were stronger than Jigen. He knows that. But then Code not only accepted the fact that Boro didn't discard of them, since, again, he knows about this, which keep in mind, that's disrespectful to Jigen, who Code limited himself to be weaker than out of respect and love for these divine Otsutsuki gods, who Boro betrayed, and Code also knew that there was a traitor in Kara and didn't know who it was and was trying to find it along with Jigen. So all these things are just really weird to me together. But also then the fact that Code just apparently didn't know about the love charm or omnipotence or Damon, despite knowing about Ada and Cyborg's stronger than Jigen, and the fact that Boro didn't discard of them. So my question is, what did Code know? And how did he know it? And or why did he know about it? Or the fact that he didn't act on the information that he did know? etc., etc.
Okay, so starting with what did he know? Well, he basically
It's weird.
a very limited aspect of percent. That
Yeah, the one who knows
see
all.
anything.
Like I don't understand how he can know certain information, but not others. Like, it's weird to me. It's like he can't know this
Obviously.
unless he knows that. But then he doesn't know that, so how does he know this? It's weird.
Yeah, so then we have to get to how does he know this in the first place. So I'll go through the possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
There's really only 4. No particular order. Jigen told him, Amino told him, Boru told him, or some unspecified outer, I don't know, owl heard a rumor and happened to be talking to Code about it.
It's got to be that
Those are
last
4.
one though, because
I agree.
Jigen
That's the one
obviously wouldn't tell him that Boro didn't discard the cyborgs, because why would Jigen not act on that? Boro's obviously not going to tell him out of his fear for his own life. He's not going to tell the Jigen worshiper if he's not going to tell Jigen, so it's not going to be him.
Sorry, one thing at a time. I was referring to just Ada as an existence. Nothing more.
Okay.
So hypothetically, Amado could have mentioned, hey, there was another cycle starting again. And that could even be why Ko's like, oh, let me limit myself, unlike those ones.
But that's also weird that he would limit himself knowing that there's existences stronger than Jigen.
Well, they were disposed of.
Code knows they weren't.
Well, he learned that later on.
When did he learn that?
I don't think he specifies, but I will.
Because that's the reason he goes to Boro's hideout after leaving the Ishiki dimension, after Ishiki told him that he died. And Ishiki didn't tell him, so he already knew.
I'm just guessing he didn't already know, like, right beginning of Kara, but theoretically, he could have known. Who knows when.
Like, I think he just had to have already known, like, this whole time.
Problem is, when exactly was he limited? Was it like when he was a kid? If so, he could have just not known about Ada yet.
That's fine. I think all that really matters is he found out before Kawaki got on the air blimp.
Yeah.
That's what really matters. That's when the whole traitor stuff started popping up anyways.
So, backtracking for a bit. So, who told Code things about Ada? I would guess just
it's probably Jiraiya's Akatsuki spy.
Yeah.
The same dude.
I'm gonna say, though, there was an outer member, like Garo or something, who just was a member back when Ada was around. Just an outer member. So he knew of her. He didn't really understand her powers, because, like, I don't think Garo knows all of Delta's powers.
Yeah.
Or that Ao knows all of Koji's powers and so on. Like, they definitely have some hidden things up their sleeves. So
it definitely had to be a game of telephone. Like, whoever told Code that she's the one who knows all does not understand Ada's powers.
Exactly. It was just a rumor, and that's all he knows.
Mm-hmm.
So then the question is, how did he find out about Boro not actually disposing of them? Is it from the same outer, or did he definitely didn't get told it from any of the others? Because, like, Amado didn't know, Jigen didn't know, Boro's definitely not telling him, and Bug literally is like, if you ask me, I don't know why you know this and why you didn't tell anything about this. Like,
because again, the most important factor here, Code is looking for the traitor. So
let me actually look at this dialogue real quick.
Unless we're just forgetting something. But I don't think so.
So, well, okay. So this is what Code says. I knew about the second half of this, which I'm going to complain about. The first half, though, is him saying, I wasn't sure of it until I saw her for myself. So basically, he didn't want to accuse him without knowing for sure. But then why didn't he take steps to find out?
Exactly, yeah, because he wants to find the traitor. He was looking into it. He doesn't have to be sure of it. How else is he going to be sure of it?
Yeah. And then this is the part I'm going to complain about.
Yeah.
So he says, plus, if Boro were to encourage against wrath, I'd be the one who'd end up having to dispose of him, and even I don't have the heart to take down a good-natured buddy. Buckton says, yeah, right. I bet you wouldn't even ask. Code says, well, I never would have dreamed that the day would come and she'd come in handy, and blah, 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 and move on. So, my problem is, no.
Exactly.
Threatening Boro in the anime, implying, yes, he would kill him. Meaning, Bug's right. And that's fine. Code could say that. But, like, Bug is right. Code would just kill him. So why didn't he? Alternatively, if Code just is being genuine, he didn't want to kill Boro, that's fine. We can ignore the anime. Then why are you having Bug say, I bet you wouldn't even blink? And just having him, like, move on.
Well, yeah, just, you don't need the anime, though.
It seemed like, yes, Code is capping. He would be willing to do it.
But you don't need the anime. Let's be honest. We know what Code's characterization is like, his personality. He doesn't care, even if he sees Boro as a good old buddy. He doesn't view his buddies in the highest of manner anyways. And even if he viewed his buddies highly, he's viewing Jigen way higher anyways.
Exactly. The whole point is that he worships the shit out of Jigen. By this point in the story, they've already made that clear. He's a Ishiki worshiper. The previous chapter had him begging on his hands and knees, wishing that he was the vessel. So that's already been established.
And if anything, the more he views Boro as a buddy, the more hurt he's gonna feel by the betrayal, because betraying Ishiki is betraying Code. And so, if anything, that sort of leads more credence to him wanting to kill Boro, because how dare you, you damned traitor.
And now, I will say, they are never going to come back. But, hypothetically, this is like an underlying hidden thing to where, like, yes, Code is an Ishiki worshiper because of whatever traumatic past blah 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 thing. But Code himself has his own wants and needs, and his choice to spare Boro, essentially, defying Ishiki worshipping, could be an indication of, like, Code the person, and how that's not who Code's been being, identity, blah, blah, blah. And later on, they come back to that as Code finds his own path. So it's like, Code's kind of being like Kabuto, for example. So, we don't have much to work with Code, but, like, Code sparing Boro would be like Kabuto's orphanage, you know, like, kind of thing. Like, that's something Code and not Ishiki. And if they wanted to come back to and relate it, that can work. I just don't, like, even if they do this character arc with Code, I just don't think they're going to come back to Code sparing Boro. Like, I don't expect it.
I care more about the fact that they did a traitor storyline more than anything. Considering Code is sitting there wondering, could it be the guy who lied to Jigen and Jigen doesn't know about it, and the lie is about an existence that threatens Jigen? Or could it be anyone? It could be anyone, though. Who knows?
And you know what makes it worse? They were sussing Boro out in the arc with the whole thing
Yeah.
because Boro didn't show up and Kova's getting like all suspicious.
Over that. Not the fact that he lied
Now-
about destroying existences stronger than Jigen to Jigen, who didn't know the truth.
So, I hate to say it, but the sad truth is, Ikimoto doesn't pay attention to the anime's storylines. And when Kodachi was there, he worked on both, so he made sure things connected.
Mm-hmm.
That just isn't true anymore. The anime does its own thing after Kodachi left. And they're either just making up stuff, but it's not in accordance with Ikimoto's manga, because Ikimoto is clearly not using that. Because if he is, this makes no sense. Like everything else.
That's a good point. I was gonna say whatever about the manga, or sorry, about the anime, but like if it's in the manga, then it doesn't really matter anyways. But if it's in Kodachi's manga, I guess that does matter. Yeah, you're right. That's opposed to Ikimoto's manga. Oh man, well that sucks. That's the real answer.
Exactly, like all the Boro betrayal thing with this is all Ikimoto manga. The anime arc, it was Kodachi arc, manga arcs. So, yeah. But even still, ignoring the anime traitor stuff, I'm still asking, why didn't he tell Jigen?
Exactly.
The only actual answer is what I'm saying, the vague character things. But if that's the case, they have to do that. If they don't do that, then it is just, what the fuck?
Because what did you say the second line of dialogue there was from Code? Something like, oh, I never thought she'd come in handy one day. She'd be useful, blah, blah, blah. Or what was it?
Exactly. He wasn't planning for this.
So
He said he never even dreamed of it.
okay. Okay. So if she's not useful and she's a threat to Jigen and you don't care about her at all, why are you just letting her live? Or at least not looking into it as a threat to your god. If there's even a possibility of a chance she should be alive, you should go check it out.
Exactly.
I don't understand. Do you actually care about Jigen or not?
And if he really likes Boro that much, don't play up the scene like Code, like, again, Buck's response and Code just moving on makes it clear that, like,
He doesn't
yeah,
care.
you're right, I'd be able to do it. You know? Otherwise, Code would have been like, no, you're wrong, Bug. I actually fucking love that dude. And I'm sad that he's dead. He's not saying that, though. He doesn't care. Code has not said a single word about Boro after this chapter.
Yeah, he made a hit list for Ishiki. You don't see Sarada on his hit list for killing Boro. Just saying.
Yeah, or Momoshiki is freaking like, oh, nice to meet you, Momoshiki.
Yeah.
Thanks for killing Boro.
See, now that's an interaction I wish we got more of.
What, just Momoshiki and Code in general?
Just in general, yes, but in this
I
particular
agree.
instance, it could be kind of fun as well. But
Actually, yeah, I think he even thinks back. Oh yeah, no wonder he killed Boro. He's not even upset about it. He's just like, oh yeah, it makes sense how he did it.
Okay. That's stupid.
Oh
Well,
my God.
speaking about code and code related things, why isn't code immune to omnipotence? Now, hear me out, because I already know what you're going to say, because I know his karma is a dud for whatever reason, but he literally has Shibai cells. So,
Good,
Kamui.
you mean she has she-buy cells?
This was voice to text. Because keep in mind,
I know.
you probably know when I wrote this down. I wrote this down on my car ride back. I say ride. I voice to texted this on my car ride back after I told you I was done cleaning the other night.
Yeah.
But yeah, so code literally has Shibai cells. So Kamui, are you really gonna sit there and tell me code isn't genetically modified to be Otsutsuki?
So I'm gonna start by doing this the middle ground way before the way that makes you look more silly.
Oh.
So the first one is, well, as we know, Damon and Ada, also Shibai cells, literally got more power from it. They're just not considered Otsutsuki. So why would Code? Now your argument is gonna be both Damon and Ada should be Otsutsuki.
Listen. If implanting someone's cells,
Right.
DNA.
So now let me get to this one.
Genetic
Is
modification.
Danzo a Senju?
Okay, listen.
Is Yamato a Senju?
He's Senju spliced.
He has Senju DNA, but he's not a Senju.
Not from birth. But then, is Boruto Otsutsuki?
So, and that's the thing. This is where I don't really like the way they approach this. Because Boruto was Otsutsuki before he was 100% Otsutsuki.
Mm-hmm.
If that, I am fine with 100% being the difference. Because Damon might be 30%. Yeah. But fucking 80%, it's just this vague random cutoff. It's not even 50%. It's 80. It's such a weird time. And now Ada was making it seem like Code was making it seem like, well, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. They didn't know for sure, but they thought it would in terms of them being immune. It was. But it's like it should have been 100%. It should have been that Boruto wouldn't, and same with Kawaki, wouldn't have been immune until they were 100%.
Like it's enough freaking percent to where he's accessing Shinjutsu.
Anyway.
Yeah, like Code's able to do the Otsutsuki abilities, freaking claw mark Shinjutsus, but he's not immune to omnipotence. Like,
see, like I said, it should either be 100% or all of them. Anyone who has a Shinjutsu, basically.
Because what is the Karma Seal doing that is different from being genetically modified through Shibai cells?
No, Oodie. Like nothing is different. The only difference is the amount.
Exactly.
It's the amount. Code is not 80% Otsutsuki. He's like, I don't know, 30.
Yeah, but he's not 30% immune to the love charm. It's stupid.
Exactly. And that's the other thing. It could have been a gradient in terms of effect. It could have been a thing to where...
which could have been really cool.
Walky were mostly immune, and then Ada was hoping that Amado could make Kawaki 100%, for example. Yeah. That could have been her plan. Get Kawaki to 100% so he's fully immune. But in the meantime, he would be immune enough that it's like a good starting point. Code, on the other hand, could play to him, ignoring Ada's orders sometimes. He's in love with her, but because he's 30% immune, he will do some things on his own, especially when they have to do with Ishiki.
That can also play into Ada breaking her alliance with Code, or Damon being wary and cautious of Code, or wanting to kill Code, or even Code declaring that he wants to become fully Otsutsuki so he can see if he actually does love Ada or not, if it is a love charm or his genuine feelings.
Exactly. Now, technically that still applies regardless, but like...
only kind
I like the gradient idea, personally, because it's like, if you're going to do the whole 80% bullshit, then let's just... I would rewrite it that way. Or, alternatively, it's all or nothing. Everyone that Shinjutsu is immune. That's going to have a lot of people, though, so I get why they don't want to do that. Or, only 100% of Tsuki are immune. In which case, Boruto and Kawaki just wouldn't have been immune until they hit 100%.
Well, real quick.
Amado can make Kawaki 100%. Boruto gets 100% at the Code arc before he meets Ada anyway. He's irrelevant.
But this would be the perfect tie-in to go from one end of the story to the next, from Code's alliance with Ada to Shikamaru, who knows about this, it's the whole reason Ada's in the village, telling Sarada, if Ada finds out you're immune, that's a problem.
Yeah, you can use Code as the reasoning, because Amado can explain the lowdown to Shikamaru. The 30% immune Code, Ada broke off her alliance because of that.
Well, remember, Amado doesn't have to do anything. It's already in the story. Shikamaru knows because Ada told him. It's already there.
Well, no, I mean, Amado told Shikamaru.
It's close enough. You get the idea.
Um, but either way, yeah, this is just better. So let's just do the gradient idea.
Yeah.
It's not even like it changes that much. Like honestly, it's small things that just are better. Like Boruto changes nothing. Kawaki changes a little bit until he's 100% at whatever point where you actually make that make sense. By the way, but separately, right? And then everyone else besides Code and Koji. Oh no! Koji's bypassing it through his Shinjutsu anyway, essentially. So perfect. That doesn't change anything. And only Code doesn't change anything. It just makes it better without changing anything.
Exactly.
Plus, this could also be why Jigen thought Boru could do it. I know Boru doesn't have a Shinjutsu, but he has the Shibai cells.
There you
That
go.
could be why Jigen thought Boru would have been capable. He just did. Maybe he didn't realize that he's not fully immune, or he thought the little bit of immunity he did have would have been enough. Of course, why didn't he check on it? But that's probably anyway. So,
But even then, I could almost excuse that. Like, the gradient idea practically fixes literally everything we've discussed already.
you know,
Such a small thing, too.
and it's the most intuitive one, I think.
Yeah. But, that actually naturally leads to another thought process. And we'll just go, like, one question at a time here. So, Kamui. Wait, let's okay. Let's ask it this way. So, I know that you don't know, but let's establish your definitive headcanon. So, what is
No,
your
I can answer your
timeline?
next question.
Well, it's not going to. It's not
on the
written.
thing?
It's not written now. My next question
Okay,
is:
never mind.
what do you think happened first? Did Amado create Koji, or was Ada disposed of? Which happened
Yeah,
first?
Ada
Or
was
what's the
disposed of.
order? Ada was disposed of, and then Koji came into existence after that. That's your
Based off
thoughts?
Amado's dialogue to Naruto Shikamaru in chapter 56. Yes. He says it was only after he's talking about Ada, or he's talking about the Cyberx being disposed of, and he says it was only after that I came up with Kashin Koji.
Okay.
So
Okay.
based on that.
That's fair. Yeah, you got a point. Okay, so then your answer to has Koji ever met Ada is no.
Yeah. But it is so he had to have been informed of Ada by Amado, because he just seems to like be aware of her quite a lot.
10 Directions might give him information in regards to something like that.
Yeah, but
I
it
don't
just seemed like he knew Ada like a little
Yeah.
too personally for having not been allowed to.
know. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that line being there because I like it being ambiguous to where as a Kara inner, Koji might have known Ada. That could have been cool to play with, but either way.
Yeah, I agree.
But either way, so Koji can physically see Ada through his 10 directions. Do you think that makes him affected by Ada's love charm? So we're just going to assume, first of all, that Koji would be affected by the love charm. As funny and ridiculous as it is to imagine, Koji would just blush in front of Ada if he's physically in the same room.
I want that.
Yeah. So do you think...
You haven't done any Jiraiya funniness, that's the time. That's where we just get a scene of Koji being like Jiraiya.
Exactly. So, I guess you could branch off here to multiple different questions. Do you think 10 Directions makes Koji affected? Do you think the Byakugan could make Himawari or Hinata or Hanabi, anyone else affected, seeing Ada a kilometer away through the walls or whatever? Etc., etc. There's a lot of different ways you could ask various questions here. If Itachi showed you a Genjutsu flashback of Ada whenever Itachi meets Ada, if that hypothetically happened, would Sasuke be affected if he saw that Genjutsu? It's a lot of different ways you could take this, but take it away.
So, I'm going to start by bypassing the question by saying it wouldn't matter, because I don't think anything at all that would be applicable by you being affected by her matters unless you are in her presence in a later moment. So, like, Koji can be affected by her, before meeting her, but that doesn't do anything until he's right in front of her and now trying to do something. So it doesn't matter. But it depends on whether you need to directly actually see her or so Byakugan is like the most like probably unless X-ray vision changes it. But
I mean, it could go either way.
I don't know.
I will just say a direct piece of counter evidence would be Shikamaru saying Ada can take over the entire world if she wanted to. Well, that's not true. She can only take over her immediate vicinity.
Yeah, but I mean, over time though, she can take over the world.
Well, no.
I don't think it counters. It just
because she can travel across the world, but if she can only affect those in her immediate vicinity, she would have to be everywhere over the world for the love charm to affect everyone.
Yeah, but I think enough people would just like kind of follow her to where
not the whole world.
Yeah, I mean the problem is people like Shikamaru just would disobey her unless they were just fearful. But
so I think the implication there is that once you are affected by Ada's love charm, it is like a permanent thing, even if it's stronger when you're in front of her.
Yeah, but no, but my point is that it doesn't do anything though. Like, yeah, it's permanent. Shikamaru is always affected by her, but he doesn't do anything when he's not in her presence. It doesn't mean anything. He's talking to Sarada Sumire about killing her. He's doing the taboo.
Okay,
it clearly isn't stopping him from doing things behind Ada's back. Like...
Yes, but Shikamaru's like the most freaking immune to the love charm person that there is, besides those with actual immunity.
My point is just that, like... it just doesn't, like, again, though, like, Delta as a person would probably just be nice about Ada, whether she was affected or not. I feel like I don't feel like it matters until you're in her presence, and then that's where it's like, all right, you can't kill her and blah, blah, blah. But, like...
Well, it doesn't matter until you're in her presence. But once you've been in her presence, ever,
no, but then you
matters.
leave the room, and I don't think it's really gonna affect anything.
See, but I think I disagree, because I think whatever Shikamaru said about killing Ada would be just as applicable if Ada's right in front of him. He would be able to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, the problem is he himself can't do it.
Yeah, like he would be blushing as he does it, but he could still mind transfer or transmit. It is mind transfer jutsu in the Boruto. He'll mind transfer jutsu, talk to Sarada and Sumire to talk about killing Ada right in front of her the exact same way he would if he's 10 billion kilometers away.
That's possible. But now we're just making the love charm less useful in general. But I mean, yeah, I don't think it just I don't know.
I disagree. I think Shikamaru is just very wanting to be resistant against it, and that like fries his brain or whatever Ada says.
It's Amino, but maybe that's why it's so stupid.
I mean, I think the implication there is that if Ada wanted to, then she could just get like the 5 great nation leaders or the daimyo on her side, and that would be like a permanent affecting. And if Ada wanted to, she could have them do whatever she wants, whether she's physically there or not.
That's really boils down to. But
anyways. But either way, that doesn't actually answer the question. It doesn't matter whether she's... Okay, the question is, Koji uses 10 directions to look at Ada. In the moment that he's actually doing that, is he affected? In the present moment.
I'm going to say no to Byakugan because Shikamaru's vision was too blurry, which means you need to see Ada in a specific way. So I think X-ray vision won't work. So I'm going to say no to Byakugan.
Okay.
Now, 10 directions seems to be normal people sight. Question there.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think Byakugan is very clear when you see someone. You're just seeing them from far
it's not
away.
like you can't see Ada's like blue pretty eyes. You just see like freaking
It depends if there's chakra in those
glowing
eyes.
white circles. It's not even like her eyes. Like,
Okay.
so I feel like this. Yeah, if Neji just only uses Byakugan, he's safe.
That being said, let's be honest. If that happened in the manga, I could only see them having the Byakugan user, probably Neji, be affected.
I agree, but I could see a scenario where they find out it works against them, but I could see them doing either, and I'd be okay.
I mean, technically, I could
But
see them doing either.
Only if they take Road to Ninja Neji and make it canon to where Neji is being that Neji and getting pervy when he's doing in the scene.
No, because okay. Here's my compromise. If it's Kodachi, they're making Neji cool. If it's Ikimoto, they're having him blush and it's a gag.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, probably, but if they're doing the Ikimoto one, I want the Road to Ninja Neji.
Sure. I'm down.
But he wouldn't do that, let's be honest. He would just blush and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Either way.
Moving on.
Okay, so regardless of whether you think he is affected right now, do you think at any point Koji will be under the effect of Ada's influence?
Depends on whether he's going to keep staying away from everyone or not, really. But
well, what do you think is dependent on it being the case or not?
So there's a way that they could have it happen to where Koji is forced to come into like the forefront in the action himself and same with Ada. But as of right now, Ada's consistently been I'm a watch from the distance and not do anything person. Koji's also doing that. As of right now, there is no reason for either of them to meet each other in person for any reason. Koji is probably more likely to get forced into the action than Ada. So I'm going to say no, but very easily could happen. But I'd say as of right now, it's just more likely that they'll just...
So I got a cool thing for you. I could totally see the story doing this. I could see Ada pulling up in front of Koji to Koji's surprise, similar to what she did to the Leaf Village in front of Shikamaru, to Shikamaru and Amado's surprise. And I think Ada...
like flying Raijiner there or something.
I was thinking she could go through one of Code's claw marks the moment that Code confronts Koji. To both Code's surprise and Koji's surprise.
Okay. That would be really cool, but that's not how that works.
I mean, why? Ada could just find one. It's what she did originally, right?
No.
Code did pull it through. Okay.
Even if she finds one,
you're right.
She can't go through it without Code.
Yeah. Well,
but
she does have omnipotence.
No sense. Makes no sense. But I would absolutely be down for a scene of Code bringing Ada out in front of Koshi like Shikamaru.
Exactly. Because it's not like Ada's like motivationally inspired doing 100 push-ups a day, whether like worth of like inspiration here. But I do think she probably would prefer to have Koji under her influence through the love charm. Of all people. He would be the one, especially now, after he might have possibly lied about Mamushi.
Here's my compromise. If Mamushi sees Ada next chapter, she'll be very motivated to do this.
Okay, I'm down. See, I don't even think it's a very motivation thing. I think it's almost just like on a whim. Is that she'll be whimmed to do it.
Yeah.
But because it to me that's similar to like Jura destroying the world, or what Shikamaru was saying about if Ada wanted to, she could take over the world. It's just like if she feels like it, she'll take over control of Koji. But it's not like a thing of like, I need to take control of Koji right now. Arr! It's not gonna be like that, obviously. But it's gonna be like, yeah, screw it. I'll do it now. But okay. That being said, so you've already half answered this, but it's not fully answered. You've said that Koji's taking precautions so that he's like away from everyone. He's hidden away. Nobody knows where he is, etc. Do you think he's doing that in general? Or do you think part of this is intentionally, purposefully, specifically for Ada in particular?
No, it's not for Ada. Oh, you mean, okay. In terms of the love charm, I was gonna say, because Ada probably knows where they are. But, no, it's not for Ada in particular, but she's probably among the things he wouldn't want to deal with.
Okay. Well, like, hypothetically, let's just say, for whatever reason, Koji decides it's perfectly okay for the world to know where he is. His location is just publicly known, and that's fine. Does Koji care to take precautions so that he's not under Ada's influence? Under this hypothetical.
Probably, but like, I'm also using I'm using actual Koji. If Koji is the type of guy to just announce to the world where he is and remove the Genjutsu on his hideout, then maybe not. I don't know, you know.
I don't know. It's very weird scenario here, but either way. So, so we know that animals are affected by omnipotence and weren't included from those immune to Ada's love charm.
How do we know that? Why do we know that again?
Summoning animals.
What animal was summoned and affected by omnipotence?
So, okay. So, so real quick. I'm going to share my screen if you want to stop sharing your screen.
Oh, I was about to walk away.
Well, it's not going to take long. So, you remember what I really wanted, right? So, this is my headcanon. It looks so good. And I've been waiting for an opportunity to come to this.
I've seen this
yes.
on Twitter. But...
And this was the best part of the chapter. That never happened. But no, I don't want those two things to be mutually exclusive. This never happened. And despite never happening, in spite of never happening, it is still the best part of the chapter. Not in comparison to the things that did happen. No. Knowing this didn't happen, it is still better than everything that did happen. Doesn't even matter that doesn't make sense. But either way.
So how does this get to them being immune to omnipotence?
Well,
or not immune?
First of all, regardless of proof, you would agree with me that they are affected, right?
Well, here's the problem. I agree that they definitely can be affected. The problem is, did Ada even subconsciously think about / want animals to have their memories swapped to Boruto and Kawaki? Same with the love charm. Was that on her mind? Or was she only just thinking about humans subconsciously? Because the answer to that question is going to completely dictate whether they were affected.
And I get to that, but I'll say they weren't on the list of those that mentioned that were...
Well, let me put it to you this way. I really don't think Ada was thinking about Ryuchi cave snakes with Boruto and Kawaki memory swap.
Okay, but it affected the whole world.
And Ikimoto showed us no animals, which is ridiculous because Kishimoto showed us animals being an infinite Tsukuyomi.
Well,
so
I was going to get to that as well.
Give him any slack.
Yeah, exactly. So I do think that's another piece of evidence that would say they should be affected.
No, but the problem is Madara's thing, it just is everything. Everything gets affected. Ada is subconscious desire, focused things. So, for example, Sarada Sumire aren't affected.
Okay, well, do you think that Koji's frogs are affected? And I know, Kamui, I know that they're practically scientific ninja turtle tech robot or whatever, kind of whatever. But they are seemingly just real sometimes, at least.
Like the big one.
Yeah, so at the very least, I want to see it.
Confirmation, but like, I don't know.
I mean, it would be very funny
will confirm.
to see a frog blushing.
And Ikimoto, and that's exactly why he won't do it.
Actually, haven't we already seen something like that in Naruto? That one girl frog that was with Naruto and Shippuden. Didn't she, like, have a crush on Naruto?
No, she hated him.
Oh, hated him. I forgot.
She had blushing marks.
She had blushing marks. Okay. Stupid. Oh my gosh. But anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, animals are affected. At the very least, if the animals weren't affected, I feel like we would have been told that because Sarada and Sumire would have known, or Kakashi would have summoned Pakun, who would have said something at some point, or something or the other would have happened.
Well, couple problems. One,
that's not a problem.
Kakashi hasn't even been written in stories, so definitely not that one. Two, there's a lot of things I would have expected to have been addressed by now, too.
Oh, God.
And we know they haven't. So...
Okay, has there been any animals in the story at all? Let's think. There's been Mitsuki snakes.
And Koji's toads, and that is it.
Well, Mitsuki snakes are able to talk to him.
And it's never about Ada.
Listen. I feel like at some point Mitsuki Snake would have been like, bro, that's not your son. What are you doing? If it was a me.
You know, I feel like at some point Mitsuki would have done a lot of things.
Okay, yes. So dismissive.
You know, I think Mitsuki would have tracked Boruto by his scent in Chapter 80. You know, I think Mitsuki would have chased after Boruto in Chapter 80.
I'm deleting all these topics. But the general answer is, do you think Koji's immune currently, or not immune, but like not affected?
I'm going to say yes, but it could go either way.
Okay. Well, speaking of Koji, the topic you had right below that, Koji, you know that ain't true.
Yeah, can you just read Koji's panel for me? Because I don't have any of my stuff away from the computer.
Yeah, okay. So, Ada's dialogue is, Ryu was just defeated, taken down by Sarada's new power. Boruto's exclaiming, as if he can hear, by the way, which is weird. We've already covered that, but either way. Yeah, so Koji says, so it's awakened. Do you want me to keep reading, or should I just stop there?
Well, that's all that really matters.
Yeah. So, Kamui, what do you think about Sarada's Mangekyo Sharingan awakening?
Well, so hold on. I'll come back down for my phone so I can, like, read along.
Yeah, well, you know, considering Ryu was just defeated by Sarada's new power, her Mangekyo Sharingan awakening.
And let me go find this real quick.
Because, you know, I mean, Kamui, it is very good that we've managed to achieve one of the most critical goals of this battle. Indeed, though it's a real shame about Yodo. But it wasn't in vain. Why, Kamui? Because her sacrifice was a major contributing factor to this outcome, so it couldn't be helped.
Well, hold on. But before we get too far into things,
So it's awakened.
it's not just you, Koji. Boruto too. So skip to the bottom right image.
Okay,
Answer me truthfully. Was there any chance of the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening without anyone dying? Now, Oodie, if I were to ask you, why am I saying this is weird? What would your answer be?
Well, the answer is yes, Boruto. It can awaken without anyone dying.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because it already has.
Oh, what do you know? This exact same chapter had Sasuke telling Boruto about Sarada awakening the chapter. So I said, Koji, you know that ain't true. Not just you, Koji, Boruto too. And you three, Ikimoto. I've had enough of this Mangekyo awakening, Schmangekyo flowakening nonsense. Why do I keep doing it? It's like, it's not even, like, look, you remove the flashback portion, whatever. They're being stupid about it. No. They have a flashback saying that she already awakened in chapter 80. So why are you saying it this way? It's so stupid. Sasuke did not awaken the Mangekyo versus Danzo. He didn't awaken it versus B. He awakened it when he cried at the cliff after learning Chivadidachi. Okay? Let's cut the bullshit.
But Kamui, did somebody die in all those instances?
Well, Sasuke's explanation in the same chapter implies that it doesn't need to happen.
All the proof I need to believe her words is crazy coming out of Sasuke. Also, see, that isn't even the crazy part to me. The crazy part to me is those eyes of her will likely be a great help going forward. So why do they need to be reawoken? They're gonna be a great help. I guess the real emphasis here is on likely. Considering
Sasuke was just wrong.
They weren't. So it's pretty crazy. Yeah, like Sasuke himself is literally confirming it, though it seems Sarada herself isn't yet aware that they've awakened. So Sasuke's confirmed. Sarada's Mangekyo Sharingan has already awakened. He's literally using the A word right there. As opposed to Boruto and Koji. Was there any chance of the Mangekyo Sharingan awakening without anyone dying? Awakened? Awakening. Do you see how this is in backwards order?
Yeah. And you can't say I forgot because it's the same chapter.
So we absolutely need to put this in mistakes. Just gonna point that out right now.
Oh yeah, go
already
ahead.
taking
Copy
screenshots.
Over to me. Yeah.
Specifically these few panels right here instead of the whole pages. Gonna take a second, but I'm working on it. But while I'm doing that,
Let me see.
yes, please see.
One of these is too big.
Oh,
Well, you're on your page. I posted.
That's supposed to.
Oh right. You go to the Sage of the Cows post. That's like just a little bit about this, and then the images below it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll let you do that because you're sharing your screen, and I'm not there. Right?
Do we really want to go to those? Are we sure?
Yeah, it's not gonna take long.
Okay. Where is it again?
Just go up until you see the Sage of the Cows, Sarada, Hidari, Chidori image. Like it's a link, but
Okay, right here. Let's see again here. Okay. I'm
so I forgot
there.
exactly what it says, but all right, it says.
Did we want to leave this here or delete it or?
Oh, we can delete it.
Okay.
Well, that's what save it for Sage.
So, okay, that was the thing. As I was thinking about this, we probably should have done this from the start. We could just make a new area here. Just for used podcast topics, so we don't have to ever delete anything. We just have like a storage.
Oh, yeah.
Did we just do that?
From now on, yeah.
Okay.
Even though we deleted stuff this stream.
I know.
Because that's why I always want to save certain ones. We can put those in there.
I guess I'll just leave it at the very bottom of this.
So here's the question, though. Should we do that for every, so like, does he use Boruto topics, use Naruto topics, use rewrites?
I think so, yeah. Just everything. So we're never gonna find anything in here, but just in case.
Well, that's why I was saying, should we do like separate all the used things?
I don't think we need to, but if you think we do, we could.
The problem is, it depends on how many things we're gonna save. For example, some things we could just delete, but like,
yeah,
depends on whether we're gonna delete some things, save some things, or if we're saving everything. I think we need a separate thing for each one. Like,
well, I mean, it's not like we're ever intending to use this used topics area anyways. It's just so it isn't deleted, even though it's not deleted because stream exists, but you get the idea.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, this is so inconvenient to do it this way anyways. I almost just don't want to do this. I just don't have a used topics tab.
It's just so we can make the other things look smaller. Even though we have probably like 500 things above it that it's never dealt with.
I know. We're never gonna get doing this right. Unless we speed blitz through topics. We are like 3.5 hours in, so we could end, or we could just try and speed blitz. It's up to you.
Let's see what we got.
Well, I could also move this.
Oh, there's also.
I'll let you do that.
Well, I posted this Twitter of code grabbing Boruto's ham. Twitter post, keep going up a little bit till you see it. Yeah, I don't remember why, but let's look at it together.
The honored one.
Oh, I think it's because of a comment I left on one of the things, but let's keep going.
You don't want me to read this, or?
No, go ahead and read it, yeah.
Well, I was hoping you would read it.
I'm eating.
I really hyped you up just to let you down there, but if Boruto was faster than Code, he would have just hit Code with Uzuhiko instead of wrapping him with it first. Code without Uzuhiko effects versus with. And 2 different pictures here. Got this one. And this one. So, yeah, okay. So now...
I'll keep reading. Keep reading this post.
Okay.
I'll be curious your thoughts before I get to wherever I left something.
The only reason Boruto wrapped Uzuhiko on Code is to make him defenseless, so that Code won't be able to stop Boruto from hitting him. If Boruto was faster, he would have just hit Code from the first try. Boruto also has no time to waste since the worst possible future is in the line. And his master is in a tree and he has to save the world. And he's really doing a bad job of the words he capitalizes. So don't say, he wasn't trying! Boruto had to try.
Okay. If you have any guesses, what do you think I commented on?
So, his master being in a tree is no reason to be urgent. The worst possible future is urgent, but as we saw in Chapter 2, he just repeated the same thing and refused to elaborate.
So you already know what I got. Okay. See if we can find it. If it'll show up or not.
Well, did you do it in a reply to like the post or to like someone else?
I think I did it in a reply to.
Oliver.
Oh, that's funny, Jonathan Oliver. I remember seeing that. I think I made a reply to the part where he mentions the worst possible future thing.
Okay. There's Mamba's well. That's crazy. They're both on Twitter. And they're both hating people that aren't supporting their stance or whatever. Okay, so the worst possible future one. Let's see. Yep. You want to read that?
Okay. I said, I'm fine with your first point, but don't use he had no time to waste when he literally spent the entirety of chapter 2 wasting time trying to convince Code to stop in the most unconvincing way possible. LOL. If he just went right to fighting, he probably would have succeeded. Nobody had a rebuttal.
Because there's no rebuttal to be had.
It's just, yeah, we agreed. That doesn't need to go in the used topic.
Okay, well, okay, but that deletes the point of having a used topics tab. To be fair,
Well, I felt like used topics would be okay.
You're not wrong. Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
I felt like it would be like a thing to where if we feel like we'd want to reuse it, we do that. Or like if we're not sure. Because sometimes we feel like we should save it for another guest. We can put it in there, but then move it so that it's not like just in the way of the new topics.
But at the same time, isn't that like kind of the point of intro topics?
I mean, honestly, I think you and I agree that neither of us know what the criteria is for intro topics. We just go based on feeling.
It's unspecified, but we know.
It's like, I don't know what the criteria is, but I know when it's met the criteria.
Exactly.
It's just...
That's perfect.
We just could tell. It's an intro topic.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right, here's the one. Wait, scroll down slightly. Yodo died when Kawaki wasn't there. He can't use this to have a point. Even if Kawaki shows up and sees her already dead, it's just not the same as him being there when it happens. He doesn't even know Yodo anyway. Should have been Idojin.
Well, actually, getting into this, we should probably get into the fact that it was confirmed Yodo died.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I forgot where it was confirmed, but...
Well, you posted it somewhere.
So.
Here? Is this it?
Oh, right. The preview page, okay.
Yeah, this is Yodo's death.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Yodo is dead, which is now officially mentioned in the preview page.
Oh, wait, I never even read this. Facing her feelings with the words of the death Yodo. Sarada awakens for Boruto's sake, shaking off speed.
Shaking off speed.
I want to keep that translation.
I can't wait for him to shake it off. Yeah, I mean, here's the kanji for death, and here's Yodo. So.
The death Yodo.
And then here is words. So I can't tell what this first kanji is. Can I like zoom in? Okay, this will help. I can't even tell what this is saying, I'll be honest. Oh. Hinshi? Let's look up what Hinshi is, I guess. Oh, that's Suji. Let me spell that right. This one. Okay, Hinshi. On the verge of death. Okay, it's not confirmed yet.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, it kind of was by Koji's dialogue, but
technically, indirectly, but I don't believe it. I don't trust it. Not yet.
I agree.
I just don't trust Ikimoto.
It feels like it was confirmed, but I don't trust it, especially when Jura confirms Inojin's death when he was blatantly saved.
Yeah. So I guess this is Yodo's words on the verge of death, comma. One's own feelings. Okay, so Sarada's feelings. Okay, so this is meat. This is like to turn around. Oh, so okay, what is it saying up here? Facing her. Okay, that makes it. Okay, it's like a phrase. It's like a saying in Japanese. So it's like turning around to meet your own feelings is the direct translations, which would be facing her feelings with the words of Yodo's death. Or on the... Okay, so Sarada faces her own feelings because of Yodo's words on the verge of death, is how I would translate that. So Boruto's for Boruto's sake, because Tame is like reason, so or because of Boruto. So Sarada is, what is this? Mayoi. I think this is the kanji for speed, but that's not how you spell it, because I is speed. Okay, no, it's not. What is it's one of these. This one. Is that not it? Let me just double check. No, it's not it. Okay, so what is that? Oh, is it Suyoi? No, it's not. What is this? What is this kanji? Let's see. What's the quickest way I could do this? I could just, here. Let's see if Google Images knows.
When you're done with this, I am curious about you translating the two panels I'm putting in the regular Discord chat.
Hesitation. Mayoi. Okay. Okay, so Sarada's hesitation is Yodi. Okay, so this is Harai, which is to pay. Kakusei suru. Okay, let's look at Kakusei suru real quick. Kakusei. Waking up, awakened. Don't want to go with that third translation there, but
yeah. We know we know Sarada's kink.
I mean, hey, it's the love arc. It's a relationship Boruto's there. So. Revival could work for a word instead of awakened for her Sharingan. Hypothetically,
I would be fine with that.
Viz might just be messing it up. This might just be what they're consistently using. That's what I'm going to say as the benefit of the doubt, hopefully.
Yeah. But then I still have to ask Viz, why are they being stupid?
Yeah. Also,
so obvious. Not the awakening.
That. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's look up Yodi real quick. No. Let me see which kanji this is. Okay.
Wait, hold on, go back to it.
One. No, I know which one it is. I just gotta find it on here. Unless it's just not on here. Yeah, it's not on here. So I was looking for the thing right here. So let's just see what Google Translate says. That's not the correct kanji. Unless it is, and it's just very blurry that can't tell. Okay, here, let's see what this says entirely then. Shake it off and wake up. That's hilarious. But that doesn't make sense with this because this is just to pay. Yeah, payment. Harao. Harai.
The price that was paid? I don't know.
Shake it off, I guess. I guess it might just be a translation thing, like these two things go together. I've just never seen this together like this. Shake, pay, shake it off. It must just be like a phrase that they say there in Japanese, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've just never seen that. Either way. That's okay. There's things that I haven't seen at all times. But that was fun.
Well, now I want you to check out. I posted 2 panels of the Raws, and it has both of them. Boruto saying like dying in the viz. So the first one, it's probably the bottom left. That's where it is in the English, where he mentions dying. But
okay, so is it true? Atanaka. That's not. No, that's not. No. That's just.
I mean, you might need to go somewhere. You might have to look at other parts. In Viz, they mentioned the word dying in that bubble, but it might be somewhere else.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's just screw it. Let's just this isn't gonna work because it's gonna get all the hiragana as well. But everyone is safe. The possibility of Sarada awakening is okay. At the very least, okay. Let's see which word is awakening here. I can't tell because it's too blue. Get out of here. It doesn't look like they're using the same translation of the other one though. I think it's this one. That's possibly. I'm just gonna go through each of these kanjis. Open your eyes. Oh, yeah. Okay. They've used this. I forget if I saw this here, or if I saw this somewhere else. They've used this somewhere else as well, in another translation. I think when it comes to like Sasuke's Mangekyo, I've seen this before. It's eye-opening, is how I translated it.
Interesting.
Yeah, something was eye-opening. I don't think it was reference to a Sharingan. I think it was reference to something else. It might have been. I forget. I think it was doublespeak is what it was. Was it Rinnegan? Oh,
Maybe.
I don't know. It was a translation thing. Either way, I've definitely seen that before recently. Safely.
Alright, let me actually just read it in Viz real quick for comparison. Answer me truthfully. Was there any chance of the Mount Gekyo Sharingan awakening without anyone dying?
Right. Answer honestly. Let's just go through this one at a time. Let's just do this together. It's very annoying, but everyone. Okay.
So like it was there any
safety of
possibility of everyone being safe?
Yeah. So.
Oh no, because you said the last thing was like, is it possible? Is that what you said the last one?
Yeah,
says,
this isn't having anything to do with death at all. And yeah, okay. So it's not saying. It's basically just saying without incident. It would probably be the best translation.
Well, yeah, it's like, was it possible for everyone to be safe in this? Okay, so it doesn't mean Sei dying. Okay, so now let's check out the other one. The other one said, "You knew that Yoda would die and kept it from me, didn't you?"
Yeah. Okay. So this is like knowing. Okay, that's just too blurry. Let's see. Oh. Translate? No. Okay, well, this one's just broken. Thankfully, there's a copy and Google. Okay, we're just gonna Google. Let's see. Is it not? Okay, Google Translate. There we go. Okay, well, that's not helpful. Let's see. Go back to it. Is this? Did we not get the whole thing last time? Is that the problem? Okay, you know what? Okay, screw it. What does it say?
Shut up.
You were silent. Okay, so you knew, but you were silent, eh? Yodo. That's thing. That's what happens. Arani.
Like you knew this would happen to
You knew that would
Yodo.
happen, yeah. Arani.
So again, he's not saying that. Did Viz just assume she's dead?
Yes. Because
You know
something
what?
like
While we're at-
this is what this
Let
is
me
saying.
go figure out what chapter was Inojin died in. 19 maybe? Okay, yeah. Did we ever translate Inojin dying? Do you know?
I don't remember.
Alright, let's just go ahead and check that out. Get past these. It's okay. Near the end of the chapter. Okay. I believe it's this panel. Okay.
And no updates in chat. But we got 10 concurrent viewers, and if 8 of you just subscribed, we would get so much money. Please.
Yes, guys, like you don't even have to donate. Just subscribe. That is the donation. Okay. Setting the next one. There you go.
Oh, this, okay. Just screw it. Not in the mood right now. Among them, Inojin was particularly lacking in
The
composure.
left side is where it had. That's literally Viz right there. Four lives being lost in vain.
Okay, it's not saying that. Let me see what it's saying. Is this she? That's so weird. What is this? Kiede? What is this? Okay.
Uselessly? Maybe uselessly losing your life? Okay.
Anyways, Mo. Recognize that. Lose one's life. Oh, Inochi, yeah. And Ototsu. Okay. So I think it is saying that. Okay.
It became the punchline.
Yeah, because Inochi just is life. You've heard this yourself, even. One's own life. Life force, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe he's saying he lost his lifespan.
He lost his destiny.
This is fate.
He lost his karma.
Now that would be a plot twist.
Or he lost the most important thing. He lost his foundation.
Listen, if it was revealed that Inojin lost a karma because of Jura, that's the biggest false gun in the entire Naruto franchise. I want to see that backstory.
Oh my god.
Yeah, okay.
So based off this,
Yeah.
Is Yodo confirmed dead?
Well, Inojin was confirmed dead.
It's not Yodo. It's the weird part.
Even if she was confirmed dead, what does that really mean?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Based off this translation, I hope Yodo just doesn't die. Because as much as I want her dead, I want her to be alive so that everything makes no sense. So they're talking about her being dead, complaining. Boruto's getting mad because she's dead, and then she's just not dead.
I especially hope
contradiction.
she lives so that when Kawaki comes and says that Yodo died, he has even less of a voice again. Like, I want him to say it to Yodo, that because Yodo died.
And then Yodo's like, I'm Yodo. He's like, oh. Well, Shinobi are those who die early.
Well, Yodo, are you a Shinobi?
No. I wanted to say Shinobi are those who die early, and then Sarada points at Ryu's dead body. That's a good point. Kawaki's point's getting worse and worse. Shinobi aren't dying, and Shinju are.
Say whatever you want about the next generation or whatever. Shinju have been made a point in the current story to be the focus of, to be young.
Yeah, they are the newest generation.
Let's see. What is the earliest death that is canonical that we know of in the Naruto franchise that's like a human?
Tenchi? No, he doesn't die. He's Setsu.
No, I don't mean timeline-wise. I mean age-wise. Like, who's the youngest baby who dies that we know? I guess one of Orochimaru's experiments, but I need a name.
Nawaki's gonna be on the list of people.
He's pretty young.
Oh, maybe like Hashirama's
Hashirama
brother
human.
Itama or something.
True.
Don't know his age,
True. And again, I'm not going to count the babies that Itachi kills or Obito kills, whatever you want to say. Because I need a name in particular. Hey, I don't think we know of any babies.
Almost Shoji.
Almost Naruto. Like 3 different times.
The people who died in the Forest of Death.
Let's see, was there any failed Jinchurikis that died? Or any stillborn babies in Naruto?
Blueby.
What? Who?
He's not that young.
Okay. You know what? Let's look it up. Who is the youngest canonical death in Naruto?
The people who Zabuza killed in his academy clothes.
Shisui. I'm not gonna give it to him.
That's just not
16
true.
years old.
Yeah.
Oh, Itachi's girlfriend could be a contender as well.
I mean, like, Itachi's girlfriend, Nawaki, Itama,
Rin,
Zaku and Keen, and Dosu. Granted, 5 of those are all just the same age, like 12 years old, but
yeah.
It really just boils down to how old Itama was. Was he younger or older? Like, he looks younger, so he's probably the answer, but...
How old was Itama Senju when he died? 7.
7, okay, yeah. That's probably the answer.
And Google AI says 10 or 11.
Well, either way, that's younger than 12, so...
Wait, hang on, what? Who is this? They're just making random lore. This isn't accurate. I don't know what they're talking about. Kawarama Senju, which is the other brother of Hashirama. Itama Senju died at the age of 7, killed by the Hagoromo clan.
Oh, they're saying the other brother was at 7. Okay.
Shortly before his death, Butsuma Senju managed to convince Ashina Uzumaki to marry his granddaughter Mito Uzumaki to his eldest son Hashirama Senju. So we just don't have a timeline for this, right? Am I wrong on that?
This is just random stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and by the Hagoromo clan.
Also, just saying that the marriage took place before the founding of Konoha. What implies that at all? I don't see the Uzumaki fighting the Uchiha with the Senju.
274 heads from member of different clans.
I'm getting this number.
What is any of this? 19 heads of cats belonging to the Izumo clan.
Who is the Izumo clan?
They're talking about like Kotetsu and Izumo?
The Izumo clan.
Let's look at this up. Izumo clan. There just is no Izuno clan.
Izuno.
Is this? This looks like All Might. Is this My Hero? No, okay, this is something else. Is this Wasabi's clan?
Amagi Izuno. Who are what?
Who is Amagi? Okay, well.
Oh my god. That's Wasabi's clan. Oh my god. They were not founders of Konoha. Get out of here.
Okay, you know what? Control F founder. Nothing's there. Okay, what about Konoha? Okay, nothing there. Stupid. I didn't even know they had a clan symbol. Is this even like a thing? It's a cat paw, which is kind of cool. But where do we see that?
It also looks like a pencil, upside down pencil whose eraser looks cool.
Oh no, I got something for you. It's like the torch symbol at the Olympics.
Yeah. It looks like a lot of things. It also can look like a face. Like imagine like Waluigi shaped face, but making like the goofy face.
I love it.
Well, anyway.
Now that we're done with that. So
we can move this to use topics.
The translation?
No, the Kawaki having a point thing, because we just always want to emphasize that.
Okay, you know what? Would you mind if I just delegate the role of moving everything to use topics to you? Or at least we could decide our own of if it's like a your topic or if it's a my topic. Whoever posted it is the one that decides.
Sure.
Okay,
this one I'll move over to used.
Okay. And whenever you move it over, that means you... Actually, no. Either way, that means you also have to delete it whenever you're done. Either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is so stupid.
Oh, okay. Here, I'm sharing my screen.
Science cannot override natural order theme featuring Naruto explained. The theme of the cost of inherited power in Boruto. Monster's defeat mirrors Naruto saving Sasuke from the darkness. Alright, I want to hear... Look, Naruto explains not coming on the podcast, clearly. So, let's just hear what you were going to say about it. And we'll talk about it.
Well, it says, featuring Naruto explained, and that's in quotes. So, can you imagine who said that?
Yes.
Okay. So, that's the reason I wrote it there. I also would like to hear the explanation. I unfortunately...
Yeah, same, but like, we're not getting it, so let's talk about it. Did you ever comment on that Twitter thing, by the way?
I didn't, but I might as well just go do that now. Do you have any idea where it is?
No.
Which one was
I
it?
think it was just something we both replied to. I don't think it was one of his tweets.
Okay, this looks really cool though. Anyways. Oh, here, you know what? Let me not scroll on Twitter. That'd probably be a good idea. Just in case. Especially with Naruto Explained. No, it's but you know what? Okay, it's just gonna be faster if I just control F in your DMs.
Yeah, did I send you a link? Or...
Okay, hopefully me accidentally pressing caps lock doesn't matter. I don't think you said Naruto Explained. From Kamui and has link. This is stupid.
Yeah, he clearly didn't link it. Okay, let me try this instead then.
Oh, I think you
I'll
sent
try
a
to see.
screenshot, which is probably why.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, has image. Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm shooting my shot. Is what you started with.
Okay, here. Copy link.
Drop
So this
them
should
in
just
the
send you
story.
to my reply here.
Oh, okay.
About the podcast.
Yes. Okay, so this at's Naruto Explained, so he should see this.
I think.
Okay. Which one do you like more, this or the S?
Yeah, so it's pretty funny. I don't know what it's supposed to mean.
It was a typo, which is why I changed it to the D's. I like the S as well.
Maybe he'll be so confused he'll have to ask about it. What does that mean?
Oh, stupid. Okay. Well, the next topic.
Any update on Swag, by the way?
Technically. And for those listening, hey, surprise, we're gonna have Swag podcast. So I did message Jay the Great the other day saying, so not sure what the convo looked like, but I added him as a friend and just waiting for him to accept so I can message him back. I assume he knows that. And I didn't understand the response, so maybe you will, but yeah, I'm sure he does. I did that too when I first messaged him when I wasn't friended by him yet. What?
So maybe you can.
Well,
Maybe you can message him.
you say that. So, yeah.
Wait, you have one mutual server.
Yeah, it's
It says you don't share a server. Oh, he probably has the setting. That's hilarious. This whole time we could have found him in Midjourney. Unironically, could I add him from Midjourney?
Yeah, but again, he has to accept the friend request for you to.
That's fine. How do I find members?
I mean, you could just here. I'm just gonna mute me on stream real quick.
How do I do this? How do I add friends?
Okay.
Friends?
And don't say that out loud because I muted myself to say that. I'm unmuted again. So. But
Was it all lowercase?
I don't think it matters. I mean, you saw the picture anyways, so.
I wasn't really paying attention. Look here. Pull it up real quick.
Okay, good. I'm still not sure if it's green. Okay, this one.
Okay, that's why I typed the lowercase thing. Okay.
It's not gonna matter.
Well, let's see if he adds me.
It'd be so random if he adds you, but not me.
Hey, I mean, that is what happened with 6.
True, but I feel like there's a little bit different context there. So it's weird. It gives me the option to start a voice call or video call or any other things. Do you like?
I
what
hate the
happens?
fact that I want to try it.
I know.
That's why you're calling me. Oh, we just tested it.
Especially like the video call. It's like, oh my god.
I feel like it won't work, but like now I want to know.
Yo, what does it do on his end? Okay, at the very least, we could probably test that at some point.
Who do we test it on?
Well, we could test it on Swag. We just, whenever he adds one of us, we say, don't add the other, and let's test this other weird thing out.
Oh, it'd be like, hey, real quick, before you add Oodie, I want to see this. That would be funny.
Okay, well. Now that we have done that, keeping in mind it is 4:15 a.m., but
I know, we did a terrible job. Do
well,
I do any rewrites first?
Rewrites would take a long time. I was thinking we should do a couple quick topics. This is a pretty quick one.
Okay.
Okay. So, hey Kamui, you remember when Araya is like god tier, scales above Jigen and stats and all that?
Yes.
Yeah, so he just like fodderized like Sasuke, considering he was like relative to Ryu or whatever. So here's my question, right? Is if you remember, so Araya lost his sword to Ryu, considering he couldn't even cut through a claw grime, which, you know, Cho said was fodder, but whatever. With a sword, he just couldn't cut through it, so...
That's a good point. Why is Araya's reaction feat above Jigen, but he can't cut through a claw grime?
So, if you remember, Sasuke has a moment where he lost his sword, and Boruto Twitter loves parallels, so... If you remember, so Sasuke's fighting Deidara, and he goes to cut him in half or whatever. And we're just gonna skip ahead a little bit. Let's see. Just to show as little of this as possible. So yeah, so if you remember, Deidara makes like these little clay things. Basically claw grimes, if you ask me, but, you know, to each their own. But yeah, so Sasuke gets a little bit of a kerfuffle here, a little bit of an exchange of taijutsu, perhaps, kenjutsu, even. So let's see what happens here. So yeah, so Sasuke. Whoa, did you see that? Okay, let's go frame by frame here to analyze this L. So, okay, between these two moments in time, Sasuke has lost his sword.
Real quick. The one on the right kind of looks like a Pokemon. If you combine, like, Mewtwo and Lugia.
Kamui, this is why we can't speed blitz topics. I just want to point that out.
That's another one I'm thinking of. I don't know the name of it, but it looks like a Pokemon.
Look at them dancing. They're not fighting. They're just having a grand old time.
Okay, Loki, though. This should be a GIF.
Stupid.
I love this.
Yeah, anyways, yeah, so Sasuke loses a sword. So let's do a little counter. I wish we had one in the top right corner, but that's too technically difficult for me. But you know, so let's do a little bit of a counter here. So we got let's see. So from 0.00, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, there's a sword. You see it right there. So I was gonna get it back. There's 11. All right, and 12. Oh wow, there you go. And he's got it back.
So why didn't you just look at the actual time stamps in the video that got there?
It was way more effective this way. So, Kamui, how many seconds has it been since Ryu lost his sword?
A lot. Now, to be fair,
it
Ryu
teleported away.
but
I don't care. You get the point I'm making here.
yes, I know.
Sasuke got his sword back. Araya didn't. So Sasuke can get his sword back after losing it, but Araya is hopeless, and you expect me to think he can no-div Jigen. Thought that was funny. But anyways.
What do I have there? What's that other Araya thing?
Araya thing? You had an Araya thing here?
Oh, okay.
There's Yodo. Araya,
In case we didn't emphasize it enough, not only did Araya, who loved Yodo, I wrote Toto, whoops, not shed a single tear, only had a sweat bead like usual, but nobody shed a tear of Yodo. A tear for Yodo. Nobody even put their hand over their mouth like Cho-Cho and Inojin, or Himawari shedding a tear over Inojin. Araya, the guy who loved Yodo, had minimal reaction. How are we, the audience, supposed to care if the characters don't even care? And I don't even want to hear the excuse about who the character is. The anime made Hebi Ichigo's death sad. Hebi Ichigo. Half of y'all don't even remember who that is. They made the kid Kawaki was supposed to protect on the one random mission's death sadder than
Absolutely.
this. Jagi's death was sadder. Why is the anime better at everything? Why does the anime make random-ass filler character deaths infinitely more impactful than the manga when it's juxtaposed with Sarada's major power-up in development? Why is Naruto's actual filler have more impactful deaths? I'll take Menma from the Amnesia arc any day of the week.
That's how you know the Boruto canon has got so atrociously bad at this point. So, I just want to point something out real quick, just to hear your response. Are you forgetting, Kamui? Araya is a shinobi, and you remember what Sakura said about showing emotions when on a mission, right? This was day one Naruto, Land of Waves, we found this out.
Well, two things. One, Sakura, who loved Sasuke, much like Araya and Yodo, broke the rule when she thought Sasuke was dead.
And thus failing her mission and becoming a useless shinobi.
Well, once Araya lost his sword, it seemed pretty useless to me. But
are you saying? Wait. Are you no? But he's stronger than Jigen.
So is everyone. But also, those were the Leaf Shinobi rules. Who says that the Sand Village has the same crime?
Oh, it got me there. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna point to the Naruto tuning exams where the Sand Shinobi were mocking the Leaf Shinobi for being soft and weak, unlike us tough and hard.
I was hoping you were gonna
Shinobi.
say is I was hoping you would say beginning of the mission when Konohamaru said the Sand Shinobi would laugh at
I was gonna get to that as well. Yeah.
So if anything, Araya should have been laughing. When Sarada's crying over Yodo.
I mean, hey, at the very least, when it comes to Sarada awakening her Mangekyo, between her two different canonical awakenings of her Mangekyo, at the very least, the second one makes the first one look peak in comparison. I'm sure you at least agree.
And I hate it. The first one.
Yeah, but it's like
Oh,
a
my God.
godsend at this point. Can we go back to the chapter 80 days, please?
Yeah, I know. Like, bro. I remember we were all so I remember reading chapter 78, 79, and 80 and just been like, I just felt empty inside. I was just disappointed. Like, I just felt like I had lost something dear to me. And now we're like, oh my God, we'll take
I felt like Himawari's pancakes after those chapters.
Oh my God, like, what has happened?
Hey, okay, you know what? You might as well read these other ones right above it.
Araya's sword should have been ninja tech, not Shinky's sword, whatever. The ninja tech department could have used Shinky as a basis for the sword, but it should have just been ninja tech. Funny idea. Araya is a puppet and has another hidden sword in his puppet.
It's so stupid. That's almost a callback to the Konkuro versus Mizumi fight from the prelims.
I know.
I love it, though.
Would have made more sense.
And that's the move behind the
Where's
move.
Puppet Master Jutsu?
That's what the Boruto series loves to do, the move behind the move. And plus that incorporates both his new random out of nowhere, random sword style that he has now, as opposed to the puppet style jutsu that he is known for.
I know,
But
like,
also,
Monster is rolling in his grave right now.
it also just doesn't entirely abandon the ninja tech theme like they've been doing. Oh, but Kawaki and Delta are ninja tech. Look at Amado. He's reconstructing Akabi. That's ninja tech, though, Kamui.
It's not even ninja tech anymore when it's just apparently Shivai's.
Exactly.
It's no more ninja tech than Donzo.
Exactly. So that's not a theme. That's subject matter. It just happens to be there.
Yeah, like, and then it's not even. It barely happens to be there. I don't even want to count it happening to be there anymore. Like, Gosu's sound device is more ninja tech than Kawaki. At this
If
point.
anything, they've gone out of their way to take it out of the series. Delta is there, and they removed her ninja tech for no reason, actively making the story
you're right, though. Like, maybe Ikimoto didn't forget. He purposefully did that shit.
Like, you know what? It was a Kodachi thing. I'm removing it. I don't care if it makes sense.
You know, actually, though, like, maybe it's just a spite Kodachi.
Okay, unironically, I can see that.
Like, not do it. We're never seeing those Suzuki. Ninja Tech will never come back. The Byakugo Seal will never come back. Mitsuki's weak now. It's like he's going out of his way to just anti everything Kodachi.
Just out of sheer pettiness. Remember when I called Kodachi greedy and Bara hated that?
Maybe the one Kodachi was mean to was Ikimoto. He called him out for his art being bad.
Oh, why can I so see it? Oh, I can so see it.
No, Kodachi said, Ikimoto, you need to step it up. Your art's bad. Ikimoto said, oh, you think my art's bad? Now the story's gonna be bad.
By the way, I just want to shout out Bara, who had a pretty funny quote on the last podcast, who not only... Okay, so Bara's quote was something along the lines of, I consider the manga spoilers because I don't consider the story as being out until it's in the anime. So he considers the manga not only spoilers, but filler until the anime, which canonizes it.
At this point, yeah.
I just love that as a quote. Sort of just goes along with that whole idea.
I like it, considering what's happening.
Yeah.
Then
By
we
the
can just say
way,
the spoilers were wrong.
I know. What is this? I'm not doing that. So, okay, I thought this was interesting. We'll do this one as well. This is a very quick one. So, I'm not even going to, like, say what the topic is. I'm just going to show you something pretty crazy. So, you're watching this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, watch this. Did y'all see that?
Wait, do it again?
Yeah. I'll even unmute it.
Oh, his eye thing. Yeah, it's him, like, his Tomoe going away, but do it again. Let's do it from the beginning then. Like, go back further.
That is the beginning, but...
That's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, so this is the Sheen arc. This is the beginning of it after he came back out of the portal, right before he meets the kid, Sheen. Who gets attacked or whatever, but... Ignoring the music, but there's a sound effect. So that's kind of crazy to me. So, couple things. Say whatever about the Eternal Mangekyo turning back into the 3 Tomoe. That's kind of cool. First fight. Did we know he could even access the 3 Tomoe after having an Eternal? I think we probably did, but...
Yeah, we see him do it all the time.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, I think you're right. Either way, I don't think we ever see this, but this is just cool seeing it transition between the two. I don't think we've ever seen that, but regardless of that, the Rinnegan. So, did we ever know he could even do that?
Well, he's not doing it. The Tomoe's just going away because he lost it. He doesn't have enough chakra.
Is that true? What makes you say that?
In the Shin arc, it does this. I don't think it does it ever again. It might do it in the Urashiki Sand Village time travel arcs, but it does this specifically in the Shin arc. When he gets his chakra back, the Tomoe come back.
Well, I don't disagree. That is also the case. I don't think that's synonymous with this one, considering he's already teleported, already gone through it. The teleporter thing is closed. He still has the Eternal Mangekyo activated and the Rinnegan with the Tomoe.
Yeah, I think it's just a delayed effect. Like, it just...
I don't think so. I think he's just choosing to not have it activated because he's done using it.
That makes sense, though, because he never does that ever again.
Well...
I mean, then again, it never goes away ever again either, so...
Yeah. Because I mean, it's not like he ran out of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan chakra.
Well, coincidence. He deactivated it because it would look cooler if they went away at the same time.
Okay, bro. I also don't think he should be low on chakra here. Why would he be? He was only exploring Kaguya's dimension.
Exactly. Well, because in the Shin arc, it freaking takes him 1 billion pounds of chakra to do one portal, and then he doesn't get it back until later in the arc. He doesn't use the teleportation again. He just loses it at this point and then gets it back later.
I just completely disagree with your interpretation. What does he do after this? He fights that one Shin, and then what does he do?
Hang out waiting for Naruto.
Okay, so I'm talking
and
about...
then later, after the Shin fight, that comes right after that, he says, I got my chakra back, and I can use space-time, and the Tomoe come back.
You know what? Whatever. If that's there, whatever. I don't think... Either way, whoa. So Sasuke can de-Tomoe his Rinnegan? Is it linked to his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Considering he does both at the same time.
I mean, that would be cool. The only thing is that he should probably have the EMS design over the Rinnegan at that point, but concept
not wrong. But I thought that was very cool. Like, could he hypothetically undo this eye, but not this eye? Like, can he keep...
No, I'm curious.
Exactly.
If we got like an EMS overlaid to his Renegon, there's two different ways you can do it. But what does that look like? One option is you just take the black and red eye, put it over the Renegon, so then basically the white part of his eye is purple. Option 2 is, like the Tomoe, you only do like the black patterning over the Renegon and none of the red and stuff.
You're forgetting we already have this.
I haven't
not
played the
this
game.
one. That is fan art or whatever that is, but this is in Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, and it's not like a mod or anything. It just is a thing. I think it's Ultimate. Okay, let me try. Nuns for Sasuke Ultimate Rinnegan. Yeah, I don't know which one it is, but it's definitely one of them. So I just have to believe me on that, I guess. Definitely not this, but
That?
I don't think it's this, but there's at least something. I mean, what are all these from? Who's making these? Is this? What is this? I don't think this is it. Either way, I don't know. Oh, it probably is this one, because this one's showing all Uchiha Ultimates, and you saw the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Is it? Can we just scroll down very far, very far? Okay, now Control F, Sasuke. Oh, is there no timestamps? It's a timestamp. Yeah, I don't know. How is the wrong
Oh my
eye.
god. Bro, we're stupid. Chaos said I'm here at 1:15, like 3 hours ago.
He said he was just listening tonight. He's not joining.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if he changed his mind, I wouldn't know about it, but...
Well, in reference to something he said in our chat, about he said she was on death's sidewalk. I was saying that in the past. As I said in the stream, to completely contradict something I said in the past. So I was just actively going against previous things.
I hate the fact that nobody is on my side on the Sasuke versus Itachi rematch thing.
What did you say again in that video? I don't remember.
I said that anyone who disagrees is an idiot, and I stand by it. I never said that, but...
Nobody agreed?
Yeah. Nobody agreed. But either way. So, moving on. How much longer did you want to go, by the way? At 5:17.
I guess that's up to you. Either way, this chicken is gonna have like 30 minutes, so is that.
Okay, let's see if there's any quick ones. Are you looking at my screen? Are you able to?
No, but if you tell me where to go, I can.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just not do that one. Oh, okay. Well, in Boruto Topics 428 at 3:15 p.m. So here's a picture. So why does Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan make his eye bleed? Because when Sasuke, when he uses Amaterasu on Jigen, his eye bleeds.
Yeah, just with Borushiki too.
Yes. you know, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The eternal one.
I don't think Madara's eyes ever bleed, do they? But do they do that in general? So
I will say, whereas it feels like the bleeding is in reference to the ceiling, it could just be mutually exclusive, just two different things, to where the bleeding is just purely from strain of the eye, and then the Mangekyo Sharingan's light being sealed away is entirely separate from that. Could be an explainer, but
yeah, but it feels like they should be connected.
also the fact that doesn't Sasuke just stop bleeding in his eyes as soon as he gets the Eternal? And he just, like, spams his eye powers?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever bleeding in Naruto's war arc, but in Boruto he does.
Yeah. And he's, like, barely using his Eternal powers in Boruto. He's... This is, like, the first time he used it in this fight.
Okay, you know what? Ikimoto forgot.
I think so. And I'll accept that. Okay, this is a crazy one. If Ishiki had Infinite Tsukiyomi, who do you think Sasuke would try and cover with his Susanoo? And so there's obviously a couple different answers, but I think only a few answers actually are applicable. So you have Naruto, Boruto, Sarada, and Sakura. And we're just going to assume that they're spread out enough to where he can't cover all four of them at once.
No. There's arguments for all of them.
Yes.
The two strongest. Okay, I hate to say this, but Sakura's the weakest.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Because if it's going to be about love, he's going to Sarada first. His student Boruto follows, but like Sarada is first.
I agree. At the very
If it's
least,
about
if he wants to go to
friends-
Sakura first, then he'll think about the fact that Sakura is going to hate him because Sarada's under Infinite Tsukiyomi because of him being an idiot or whatever. So
Yeah.
we just
I feel like there's
change
no way
course.
around that.
Yeah.
And if it's about friendship / the objective hate, it's obviously Naruto.
Yeah, just sake of the world on the line, whoever is strongest, go to them.
He's
The fact that
he's
Naruto's
either
his
gonna go to
teammate.
Naruto.
Teammate.
Realistically, it's Naruto or Sarada are like the realistic answers. The truth answer is Sarada first, the Naruto, and then
Okay.
Boruto and Sakura.
I mean, I'll say that Boruto's like his student or whatever, his mentor, and based on training disciple Japanese relationship of respect nonsense, that could be like a thing of discipline or whatever. The fact that Boruto just acknowledged his conviction to die, and the fact that Sasuke is willing to kill him the moment he turns Borushiki, you could say that puts him lower on the totem pole, or higher depending on your interpretation, but either way.
Yeah.
But I agree, he would probably cover Naruto first. But then again, like the fact that he even allowed Boruto to transform into Sasuke's sword to get that one move on Ishiki was kind of crazy, considering Naruto had already said he doesn't want Boruto going.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, screw it.
I don't know, just the fact that Sasuke even like let him do that, it's kind of crazy. But either way, yeah, I think Naruto would probably be a safe bet. But I can see, again, arguments for all four of them. I mean, the fact that Hidari apparently just doesn't care about Sarada. How much does he really love Sarada? But then again, if neither, yeah, I mean, neither of the other three are even Hidari's targets, so
Doesn't even remember who Naruto is.
doesn't remember who Sasuke is. I don't think that counts.
Yeah, actually, okay, based off that, he's covering Sarada and not himself.
Stupid. I love it. Okay. So, Kamui, we should get another Itachi's words versus actions with Naruto in the finale. Or at least between Sarada and Kawaki. So, in which case, should Boruto have had some kind of Sarada's character?
Didn't I reply something to this?
You said, assuming I understand correctly, my thoughts was to do Boruto versus Kawaki debate on Naruto's words versus actions, or Sarada versus Kawaki debate on Naruto's words versus actions. Is that what you meant? So yes, indeed, that is what I meant. Just like as an example, it doesn't have to be exactly that, but it's probably going to end up being something like that.
Yeah, that would be the most sensible. I want it. No, I understand people saying, "Oh, don't just recopy Naruto. All you want is Naruto." Blah blah blah. But it's like
You're stuck in 2014.
I'm not getting something good. So like, yes, if it's not going to be new but good, then I'd rather you just reuse the same old stuff, but do it in a different way. At the end of the day,
Yes.
every story that talks about love is doing the same thing, but a different way. So it, it, you might as well just do that. But every story is technically doing anyway.
I forgot the exact reason I wrote this down or exactly what I wanted to say on this because I remember I had some elaboration on what I wanted from this. There was a reason I thought to write this down in the first place, but I don't exactly remember what it was. So, okay, between these two, which one do you think it should be? Or hypothetically, if you were spoiled, you knew this was going to happen, you just don't know who it's going to be between, who do you think it would be between more likely? Boruto and Kawaki or Sarada and Kawaki?
Boruto and Kawaki.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm gonna stick with Boruto because we know that they do the final fight, arguing over Shinobi stuff.
Yeah.
But Sarada and Kawaki have that chapter 4 argument that kind of sets that up as a possibility as well. So,
Okay. Because
especially with their new development, I could see them doing something. But
yeah. And obviously, I could see arguments for either or. That's why both of them are on here, and it's actually a pretty difficult choice. But keeping that in mind, do you think if they did do this, that Boruto just should have had some of Sarada's character development at some point? Or do you think they should just keep the dynamics they currently have? Like, for the reasons that you would say Sarada would be better at doing this than Boruto, do you think those same reasons should have just been applied to Boruto if they're going to do this?
it depends on what aspects you're thinking of.
Well, Sarada is a lot like Naruto. Understands Naruto's words versus actions pretty well. So,
yeah, but like, what would you? Certain things I feel like you can't just get. Like Boruto can't just want to become Hokage and blah blah blah. Like, you can't just give certain things over.
yeah, I mean, that's fine. It could just be like for the same reasons of like wanting to protect everyone or whatever else. And then Kawaki would
Boruto's
point to the
entire
actions.
character is
Really.
about not doing that. So like, I wouldn't.
I mean, it would
I
go
think it's
back to
fine.
the mindset idea. It would also be good for Boruto's character considering where he started out in relation to Naruto.
But like, I don't know.
Okay.
Already too many people who want to become Hokage at this point.
That's fair. So, what do you think this debate would look like? Who do you think would be debating for the words, and who do you think would be debating for the actions? And then what words in comparison to what different actions?
Well, I don't know what words Kawaki would be using. But Kawaki would be taking the words more to the actions, absolutely. Because chapter 80, the whole point is Boruto was going to do the actions Naruto did. So that just would be his thing. And then
Okay, I like that.
some words Naruto said at some point would just somehow Kawaki would obsess over him. I don't know what word specifically though.
I could see Kawaki debating Naruto's actions as being wrong or separate from his words, because he says that he's not gonna die, and he's reassuring Kawaki all these things, blah blah blah. But then Kawaki had to save him in the Code Arc. Naruto probably would have died against that Rasengan. Didn't seem like he had anything else up his sleeve.
Well, Naruto didn't say he wasn't going to be saved. He said he wasn't going to die. That did happen.
Okay, well, I don't think Kawaki's going to accept that if Boruto says that. So I'm probably going to say something else. But I could imagine this being the classic Naruto mindset, stupid argument of, you gotta have a good mindset, Kawaki, me.
I mean, the thing is, I feel like they would prioritize the correct answer as being the actions one, which is what Boruto would be on the correct side more than likely for this whole thing. So I kind of feel like that's how they would do it.
I mean, I feel like it would go back to Naruto viewing the entire family, the entire village as his family, and his actions based around that. Maybe even the idea that Naruto was willing to sacrifice himself, which would only harm his family. But either way, you could also have it be a thing of like Naruto viewing the entire village as his family, as opposed to his literal family, which would go back to the very beginning of the series. That could be a very good way to do it as well. The fact that
So would it be a
Naruto,
thing to where like
yeah,
Kawaki's saying, only the family's the family, and Boruto's saying the village is the family, like
well, I wouldn't want it to be exactly like that, but the fact that Naruto is going to senselessly throw his life away for Kawaki, who literally isn't his family, and Kawaki views himself as an outsider, doesn't even view himself as a villager even. But he's not only a villager, he's been accepted into Naruto's family. That's like 2 layers of uncomfortability for Kawaki.
yeah.
And Naruto's gonna senselessly throw his life away for Kawaki of all people. Even someone who wanted to kill Boruto. So
Yeah. Shut up, Naruto, for that.
own family. Pretty crazy. But yeah, so definitely could do something there. I mean, they're already setting up tension between Sarada and Kawaki. So at the very least, maybe it's like the penultimate fight going into the ultimate fight between Boruto and Kawaki, to where Kawaki defeats Sarada when it comes to Naruto's words versus actions, and then goes to fight Boruto, having the validation that he has. Maybe Kawaki will trap Sarada in a Chibaku Tensei and steal the Ohirume chakra for an Indra's arrow.
I was waiting for how you were gonna get into like a Sasuke reference.
I stumbled over every bit of that, but I got there. Okay, well, moving on. Kawaki has the opposite ideal of Kid Madara. Madara wanted to get stronger than anyone in order to protect his loved one. Kawaki wants to make anyone weaker than his loved one, that being Naruto, in order for Naruto to be able to protect themselves. Thoughts?
Where are you getting that from? Is
What
it
do you mean?
rewrite or like?
No, I made that.
I don't think that's true.
Why?
Walky wasn't like out here trying to put limiters on Code or put limiters on Boruto or anything. He was trying to get stronger than Code, stronger than Boruto, blah blah blah.
No, you misunderstood what I meant. By saying making people weaker than Naruto, I mean killing people stronger than Naruto, so that Naruto's the strongest. Not to make Naruto stronger, but to kill anyone stronger than Naruto, so he is the strongest.
That I would agree with. but I feel like that's saying two different things.
Yeah, well, that was the point. That's the opposite thing, not just different.
No, I meant like he's not making people weaker than Naruto, is what I'm saying. Like, you phrased it in a way to make it sound more opposite, but I think the real way to say it is the he will kill anyone stronger thing. But
There's no perfect way. Listen, I can't word it the long roundabout way and make it sound
problematic,
good.
though, is that, well, Madara also may very well want to kill those stronger than his brothers, but he needs to become stronger than those enemies first, obviously.
Yeah, so, okay. So
I don't think they're diametrically opposite.
if Madara is to Kawaki, then Izuna is to Naruto. What Madara wants to do is to become stronger to protect Izuna, whereas Kawaki...
Okay, yeah, but what does that consist of? It might not mean killing his opponents, but it might mean killing his opponents.
But, okay, might is all I need. As long as it doesn't definitively mean that, that's all I need.
Yeah, but then it's not opposite then.
Why? It can be.
No, it's not. It's not an opposite viewpoint. Like, neutral isn't the opposite of to the right.
Saying things that I said earlier. That doesn't tie into this.
But like, straight isn't the opposite of turning right. Turning left would be.
Okay, you're just rewording another thing.
Yeah, well, my point being that Madara isn't taking the opposite stance of Kawaki. Kawaki's just taking a definitive, extreme stance that Madara is more in the middle of. Like,
okay, so what would be the opposite?
well, the opposite would be trying to become weaker so that you can't protect your brother.
Okay, so that's the opposite of Madara. What would be the opposite of Kawaki?
Becoming weak enough to revive those who can kill Naruto.
This is stupid, okay? You just don't like me. Just hate my analysis. I don't know. It's opposite of that.
I think the better thing is that it's not inherently the opposite, but what's important is, you're going to say I'm nitpicking, because this is your point, but the important part is more the focus. So what is Madara focused on? Protecting Izuna. What is Kawaki focused on? Whereas, yes, it's protecting Naruto. More specifically, immediately, it is kill threats. Kill Otsutsuki. Kill Code. Why? So Naruto will die, but it's kill, kill, kill. Madara, it's protect, protect, protect. That makes sense. That's kind of the thing there.
Oh, well, it might mean to kill threats for Madara.
Yeah, you're right. Which is why I said I wouldn't review them as opposites. What I would say is a nuanced difference in focus. One is like more about protecting, one is more about killing.
Yeah.
Even though at the end of the day, there's a lot of overlap.
I mean, Kawaki definitively wants to kill the threats. I would argue Madara doesn't want to go out there killing all the threats stronger than Izuna.
Yes, I would agree with that based off his character, especially when he's talking to Hashirama with the rocks and stuff. Okay. They don't want to fight.
Yes.
Kawaki, on the other hand, he wasn't dead.
So obviously that's not saying that Madara wouldn't kill someone if he needed to, but that he's not going to go like actively out there proactively killing people just cause they're stronger than Izuna. He's going to only do it as like a last resort, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kawaki will also, another thing is, Madara won't do it unless you're actively like gonna threaten them. Kawaki, like he's talking about Amino, like if Akumi's in Atsuki, I don't care what she's like, I'm killing her.
Exactly. I would agree. Yeah, so because for
Which
Madara,
is totally stupid, but
Madara doesn't care if someone's stronger than Izuna. Madara cares if someone stronger than Iza tries to attack Izuna.
yeah,
Whereas that's not the same for Kawaki,
right. He's gonna kill you
regardless.
just for being stronger.
Yeah.
Pretty
Just so
much.
Naruto can be on top. And
Well,
obviously,
that's not why, but like,
well,
it's not because he wants to see Naruto as number one. It's that he doesn't want
Okay,
anyone to be
okay.
able to kill Naruto.
yeah, but the reasoning there obviously is because Madara expects himself to stick around, whereas Kawaki is accepting his atonement, punishment, whatever. That he's just gonna
Yeah,
die
exactly.
once ever Naruto's back on top. So
Yeah.
that way he can just assure Naruto basically can't get himself killed, no matter what.
The problem is that, like Ikimoto, Kawaki's ignoring Ninja Deck, but
I actually didn't think about that. That is kind of crazy. It's actually a really good point.
no, but like literally though, like think about how stupid Kawaki has never once said he plans to kill Amado. Think about how stupid he is. If Amado just is evil, bro knows Amado can make Cyborg stronger than Naruto. Like, what a dumbass.
Well, think about this. If Katasuke gets his hands on sealing Daikokuten in one of his scientific ninja tech, all you need is like a freaking weaker than Boruto from part 1 tier combatant who is able to just portal Ishiki away, someone even way stronger than Naruto. You need like an academy level student just to go around Naruto and you just Daikokuten him.
Yeah, off guard. He's freaking teaching in the academy class. Iruka taps him on the shoulder and then Daikokutens him. Like,
I'd never consider that. That is insane.
it's just like, yeah, like even without Amado, Katasuke's advancements are eventually just gonna surpass him.
Exactly. That's crazy. Okay, are you able to see my screen again?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna pull this one up.
Think that
Okay, so I'm going to share it so you can hear it. Okay, so here's something crazy, Kamui, that you probably didn't know. So I'm going to do the red screen filter. I'm gonna zoom in. Wow, this is a pretty long clip, but thankfully we only need part of it. So hey, you remember that scene where they met Kawaki? That was a pretty crazy scene, huh? So at some point here, they say something pretty crazy. At Boruto and Kawaki, they both have karma. Whoa, did you know that? Wow. So, and then something pretty crazy happens at one of these moments. I think it's actually around here. I forget exactly where it is. Probably around here. Or was it actually down back here? Okay, well that's too much music and noise. I can't play all that. But
What are you looking for?
so there's some point at here in the whole like 2.5 minutes. I don't timestamp this stupid stuff. Boruto says it hurts him too. So, Kamui, why does the karma hurt?
I don't know, bro.
What does it feel like?
So, possible explanations could be. Now, granted, sometimes when this happens, it's like not applicable, but hypothetically, the chakra of the Otsutsuki, if they're not like accustomed to it, could just hurt them, kind of like Naruto's Kurama chakra hurting him for a while, like peeling his skin and shit. It could just hurt. It breaks Jigen's body down, so it might just be like that power just kind of hurts. The problem is, what about when it's just like, it's just their hand and they don't even have the seals, like tattoos all over their body? Like, why does that hurt? I don't know, but probably the same logic, just the chakra. Momoshiki just makes their hands sting when he's mad at the unison sign. So.
Yeah. I think it's here. Yeah, and then in Two Blue Vortex, we know that Boruto says it feels like a sensation of death or whatever. Yeah, so Boruto's like freaking out at his hand, and then Kawaki, who's unconscious, is doing it too. Yeah. Okay, so Boruto says
It's painful for him too.
it's painful for him too. That's so weird. Why is it paining Kawaki, who's not even conscious, mind you? So kind of weird. Like, does it feel like you're being
Resonance.
stabbed? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it probably not cold, but might be the overlaying of information. I mean, are Otsutsuki's in constant suffering pain physically? Pins and needles all over their body? Is that why they wouldn't leave their body behind in this end?
Yeah, is that yeah? All right, that's my favorite answer. All those chakra brutes just was with constant agony.
Stupid. So you know what? Okay, I like that. We're done with that topic. I don't want to. That was the best thing we could have come up with. So. Okay, so I got a couple theories here, which is important because the title of the stream is Naruto Theories to Fall Asleep To, and I bet Space already has. So, theory. The Shinju are like the pain bodies. You know I've made this comparison in the past, considering the Rinnegan linked eye vision with Matsuri, Jura, whatever they're doing there. We'll find out, but either way, shout out the fact they both have Rinnegan. So, to where the less of them there are, the more focused, quote-unquote, the power is. AKA, the less of them there are, each one of them is stronger, or the more of them are, each one of them is weaker.
I've got an add-on to something after you're done.
Yeah, so as we saw with Naruto versus Pain, whenever the other 5 paths of Pain went down, Tendo Pain was like way stronger, contending with the freaking Six Tails Naruto. So in this example, it's like, say Mamushi is stronger now than ever before, since there's currently 3 total Shinju. When he was born, there was 4. When Ryu came around, there was 5, which is when he was at the weakest, etc.
Okay, so now some add-ons.
Yes.
What is everyone's claim to fame for Mamushi looking so strong when he's the only Shinju?
Exactly.
At least the only Shinju we see.
Yes.
So he might have just been stronger at that time because he was the only one. And then he never really fights after that. Then we look at the current arc.
Ryu is
if the more having Ryu born makes everyone weaker, well, Ryu's downscaled. Sorry, Mitsuki, that means you too, but Sarada isn't, Arin and Araya aren't as strong necessarily. Similarly, Matsuri getting one shot by Boruto could be because of Ryu.
I love that.
Granted, though, Ryu was dead at the time, so I don't know how that works with Thorn Souls, but does the Thorn Soul need to rot first, or?
I don't know. Well, I don't think so, considering the pain bodies were just able to just be deactivated. They were just still, like, there.
Yeah, but I don't know with, like, Thorn Soul.
Yeah.
But
either way, definitely interesting, at the very least.
Yeah, and then just like how Tendo just is the strongest regardless, that's Jura.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think this theory is to it being true? And personally, I don't think it's true. I'm going to give it on a scale of 1 to 10, like maybe a 3 out of 10. But it's possible.
I was debatably just going to say 50-50,
Okay.
but...
Oh, that's more than I was giving it credit for, so I like it. Pretty cool.
The problem is, so it kind of depends, because, like, hypothetically, by not making as many Shinju, can the Ten Tails just funnel more of the total consumed chakra into one Shinju?
Exactly.
So the realistic thing is, it might only apply to Jura, for example.
Yeah.
Only Jura might get stronger, but the others might just be what they are regardless. It's another possibility.
which would be really
That's
cool for
probably
his
more
character.
likely than the current one you explained.
Yeah, I would like that as for his character, considering he feels like the parent to these children almost in a way, and the fact that his
Exactly.
children being around is actively nerfing him, yet he prefers to save them instead of letting them rot or even kill them themselves. That's pretty cool.
Right.
Huh?
Asajura's contradiction too. That's the most human thing he could do.
I like it.
And it actively goes against his evolution.
Okay. So that's a scale of 1 to 10 of how likely we think it is. On a scale of 1 to 10 of how much you want it to be true.
Well, after what we just said, I want the Jura thing to be true.
Okay.
10 out of 10.
Sure. I was gonna go for like 7 or 8 out of 10, but I like that. Sure, 10 out of 10. Okay. Separate from that, another theory. There can only be one soul thorn existing at a time. So because Ryu's is currently manifested because Ryu blew up or whatever, Matsuri's soul thorn can't exist, which is why Koji wanted Boruto to wait. Once they save Shinki, they can then kill Matsuri and get her soul thorn to save her. But because Boruto showed up, Jura now won't allow that, and it's possible that neither of them will be saved. And as we saw, whenever Boruto sliced up Matsuri, her soul thorn was not present. It could still just be in her body or whatever, just not shown on screen. It's just
Yeah,
literally
or it
floating
could have
off
just
screen or
not
whatever.
formed back up yet, because I don't think we had enough
Yeah.
panels anyway.
That's fair. But at the very least, both Ryu and Matsuri were destroyed in this chapter, and only one of them produced a soul thorn in this chapter. That's at least something.
So the
to
question, though, is what happens to Matsuri in this case? Is she just dead, as is Moegi? Is Matsuri able to regenerate if, like, hypothetically, not the thorn, but Jura just picks up her broken head and puts it on the cube, so on? Like,
That's a good question. He might have to wait for Ryu's soul thorn to either be saved or rot. I don't know. So I don't think this one is likely, but I think it's pretty cool for a possibility.
I agree with both aspects of what you just said.
Okay. Because I think there should be a consequence to Boruto going. There should be a reason that Koji just randomly wanted Konohamaru to die for no reason, seemingly. But
He just has an agenda. Oh no, he's still salty about the Rasengan glitch.
you thought you could survive my fire, huh? How about this?
He's like, I'm not done with you yet.
No one walks away. Jigen didn't. You're not going to.
No, he's like, damn it, Boruto. Always saying that asshole. I can't get rid of him no matter what I do.
Actually, okay, low key. I don't think this is intentional, but if it is, that's actually really, really cool. Boruto is the one who saved Konohamaru from Kashin Koji, technically, twice now.
Twice, yeah.
That's pretty
I don't think it was
cool.
intentional either, but I do agree with that.
That's so cool. I did write down another
And both
consequence thing, I
times,
think.
Boruto told Kochi to stop.
Yes. Okay, so I did write down another consequence thing somewhere, but maybe I just didn't. Okay, maybe I just didn't. So this is close enough. So I think I had a Moegi topic that I wrote down and really wanted to do. I didn't write it down, but I remember it. Okay, so I have another theory for you. This could just like a really cool direction that they could go in. I don't think it's going to be likely, but it's still a possibility. So,
Quick,
yeah.
I'll say that I made a topic for this, and so far the last two have just been doing it, which is insert blank theory. How would you write it under the premise of this theory? Wait,
Yeah.
just coincidentally.
Well, considering the topic of the title of the stream, I think this really works. So, okay. let's just say that Matsuri Soulthorn, they get it, they put in the Moegi tree, Moegi comes back. Something that I think could be really, really cool that they play with, and I wish I remember exactly how I was thinking about this because I just never wrote it down, but something I could see them doing is to where Moegi is permanently, like, corrupted in a way, to where she's going to be hanging out with Konohamaru, maybe confess her true feelings that Moegi herself genuinely has or whatever, and then maybe they go to, like, eat ramen or something, and then as she's, like, eating the ramen, maybe she looks over at Konohamaru or something, and she's like, maybe starts blushing, but it's not a feeling that she expected. And, like, as time goes on, more and more Matsuri sensations start instinctively coming out through into Moegi, to the point to where she doesn't even, like, she loses her identity, she doesn't even know who she is anymore. So shout out Hidari. And maybe it can get to a point to where Moegi considers herself a danger to Konohamaru because Moegi wants to devour Konohamaru or something. Maybe she does something, like, subconsciously. Maybe she, like, knocks out Konohamaru or something. Or either way, she's gonna get to a point where she's desperate, to where almost to where she's, like, possessed even, to where she's, like, fusing or merging with Matsuri's consciousness, to the point that she's begging Konohamaru to kill her to save him, or to save even herself, because she doesn't want to turn into Matsuri. Something like that could be extremely tragic for, like, especially the end of this love arc.
Whereas I completely agree. I don't think that's what they're gonna do.
I don't think so either. But I really want it after I thought of this. It's such a cool concept. And you see this in other places in anime and, like, other movies as well. But I love this concept.
Yeah, but it just feels like they definitely set up the it's gonna actually save them thing.
I know. I just want that Ten Tails power to take over. Ten Tails chakra starts messing with their minds. They start seeing the visions. Get the urges. Because that'll even, like, play on, like, what is humanity. Like, they could do some really interesting and cool things there. I love it.
I agree.
All right.
And that's why they won't do it.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, why has that become such a meme?
I know. Did you have any other topics?
There was a few we scrolled by. I'm not at my computer right now. So just look at a few of mine and see what they start saying.
Okay. Orochimaru can easily defeat Kara Inners. Do you want to do that one?
Did we ever do it?
I don't think we did. Doesn't look like it. Do you want to say it?
I can't see right now, so I'll let you do that.
Okay. Orochimaru can easily defeat Kara Inners, who are low Otsutsuki tier, similar to Borushiki and Kawashiki defeating Code and Boro. Academy Sage Mitsuki, pre-academy, I'll add, pre-academy Sage Mitsuki speed blitzed Orochimaru, and Orochimaru makes it clear that Mitsuki has more potential than him with his Sage power. He also made Urashiki concerned, and also speed blitzed Deepa, another Kara Inner who's extremely fast, very easily. From the onset, Sage Mitsuki is Otsutsuki tier. He's supposed to have a power level at least similar to Karma. He even has two forms, one with a horn and one without a horn, just like Karma. The anime is consistent with Kishimoto's one-shot chapter. The manga is not. Araya is not beyond Kara Inner level without even using his puppets. LOL. I mean, you're not gonna see me disagreeing. I feel like this is just one more way to word what we've been saying.
Yes, it is. It's one more way to word what we've been saying 50 times.
Yes. Is there anything you wanted to add on to that?
I felt. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Okay. Well, chat, I hope you're enjoying this extra long stream. with a theme of theories. Let's see if I have any theory topics. Okay, does not look like there are any more theory topics, but that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's unfortunate, but that's okay because why did I write that? We already basically covered that. Okay. So next, see, we've covered all of this, haven't we? Yeah. And this down there we do need to do, but either way. Okay, well, while Kamui's doing that, let's see what else we have. Okay. Wow, we definitely covered a lot of these lower Boruto ones tonight. Why wouldn't Boruto just teleport earlier to save Konohamaru when Matsuri's head was fully wrapped up in her Konohamaru cocoon and her undivided full attention focus was on him? Juro would have no idea, seemingly. So, chat, what do you think? I think that's a pretty funny one. Oh, there's so many of these here. Well, chat, what I will say. Oh. Kamui?
Yes. Hello.
Welcome back.
Okay. What were we saying?
Well, what I was saying is, why wouldn't Boruto just teleport earlier to save Konohamaru when Matsuri's head was fully wrapped up in her Konohamaru cocoon and her full undivided focus was on Konohamaru? Because Juro would have no idea, seemingly.
I guess because Boruto just didn't know. Oodie clearly wasn't giving him the full play-by-play. Now, granted, Boruto somehow telepathically heard it for no reason, but ignoring that, Koji wasn't telling him. And I don't think Ada gave Boruto the play-by-play on that either. So that's probably just the answer.
Okay, whereas that's fair, we'll have to see whatever Koji wanted to happen with Matsuri and Konohamaru and whatever future Boruto consequently changed for that. Because what I do want it to happen, I want all of the efforts that happened to be in vain because of what Boruto just did.
I agree.
So,
well, other than Sarada's Mangekyo, I suppose. But
yeah. So basically, they're going to have to restart. They're going to have to do everything all over again and just succeed. But this time, Boruto's just not going to be able to intervene. He's going to have learned his lesson. Like, they're going to have to defeat Ryu all over again. They're going to have to defeat Matsuri all over again. And Ryu was already defeated. Matsuri was already half defeated.
Whereas I agree.
Next time, people are probably going to die.
I don't want another arc of that for obvious reasons.
Sure.
So this would have to be like a midpoint thing. But like, based on, I mean, depends on what Ryu needs to come back with, like something for Sarada then, because otherwise she's just gonna body him again.
I mean, not necessarily.
Well, got him pretty hard.
There are a lot of options.
But then you like there lies the problem though. For Sarada versus Ryu, if Ryu just comes back and like
can fight to some extent. You could argue it starts to take away from Sarada's Mangekyo in the first place, because it's like, yeah, it's great, Sarada, but like, just Ryu just is stronger anyway. Now you could do a thing to where, oh, now it's a closer fight, but Sarada could still win, blah blah blah. But I don't. I like Sarada's Mangekyo, so you know what? Screw it. Just bring Ryu back, redo it, and have him do better.
So I just realized something. Are we sure Ryu blew up?
I don't know what happened to him.
Let's remember, Ryu can not only take his soul thorn out of his body and be just fine, but he can.
I hope you're right.
He can disassemble his body. Just turn it into sand.
Let me go look at this. I hope you're right. I hope he just caught them. Oh my god.
I
That
didn't
will
even think
make
about
me so
that.
happy.
But not only that, let's just say he did blow up. Doesn't
Does that matter?
I mean, yeah, exactly. Does that matter? Isn't his body basically just iron sand anyways? He could just he doesn't need to go to the soul thorn, or sorry, the tree, seemingly. He could just manipulate his matter to just go back around the soul thorn, potentially. That's kind of crazy.
Oh my god, I hope that's all true. The only
In which
problem is,
case-
would Koji have foreseen this? Well, then again,
It doesn't matter.
he doesn't say, good, they defeated Ryu. No, Ada says it, but
Ada wouldn't know.
Koji's focusing on Sarada Mangekyo.
Exactly.
So, Ada wouldn't know, obviously.
This is similar to a fight that happens in Demon Slayer, specifically Season 1, Episode 19, the most famous episode of all time, to where the main character is about to behead one of the demons, and if you do it with one of your swords, then it's like a special sword thing to where the demon can't regenerate. So what the demon does, knowing that he's about to be beheaded by the sword, is he cuts his own neck off at like the exact same like rate or whatever as the sword, so where like the demon, so the main character thought he beheaded him when in reality he didn't, and so then the demon just healed himself back up like immediately after and just bodied the main character basically.
That's cool.
Yeah. That's why it's like the most famous episode of all time.
Man, I'm trying to decide what I'd be most hyped about now. That Mamushi seeing Ada or this? That
I didn't even think about that.
actually make me so happy. Now
I
Mello
can't-
would hate it,
I
but
know.
that only makes me want it more.
I love that.
Damn. How likely do you think that is, though?
Okay. Likelihood, I'm going to say 50-50, but biased because I thought of it just now, I'm going to say 70% likely. So,
I
most
completely
likely.
agree.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go up slightly.
Real quick, this one's not going to
Could-
take long at all. So, you know My Hero Academia. So, is there anything in particular this panel reminds you of? Ignore the words. Only the visuals.
Okay. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be getting.
There's
out of
something
this.
very specific. We've talked about this with Mello.
Okay.
recently.
Sweatbeat.
It's a little bit more specific, but you are absolutely on the right track.
Well, it's definitely not Ryu's eyes going to the back of his head.
You are so close, Kamui. Just put 2 and 2 together.
Oh god, that's what I thought. Well, his eyes are circular. It's not Matsuru's Renegon.
Well, you've listed the character, and you've listed the miscellaneous object.
So it is Ryu.
And it's
His eyes,
no.
his sweat beads.
Yes. Now, what is
Okay.
particularly interesting about the sweat beads of this panel?
There's more than one.
No. Well, what similarities does the sweat beads in this panel share with one of the panels of Ryu and his seemingly sweat beads?
Okay, his mouth being open and yelling.
No. Well, yeah, that's the panel, but so I wrote down, seeing the sweat on Deku's forehead here, is he being pulled into Sarada's
Oh.
gravitational sphere?
Well, okay. I noticed that sweat bead. I see it on his forehead there,
I mean, these are
but I just didn't know what to make of it.
I did bring it up. I don't think anyone gave an answer on that, right? Mello, I think definitely didn't. Did you have an answer for why Ryu's seemingly sweat was floating up away from the gravitational sphere?
I might have, but I definitely don't remember it.
Actually, this low-key leads credence to my theory. In a way. Doesn't it? That Ryu did that? Kind of.
Yeah, we did that to trick them.
Oh my god. Oh, plus, considering Sarada passed out, she couldn't tell them what happened. So I like that. And plus, if we're going with the Boro parallels, Boro was defeated, but came back an even greater monster, technically.
Yeah. I mean, I'm down. If this is a sneak peek, I'm happy.
I love it. Okay, you can do the topic I was interrupting, I'm sorry.
Okay. Could/should Hidari's, so some of this is obvious, but could/should Hidari's question to Sarada, who are you, have led to Sarada's Mangekyo? Start with that.
It should have.
Yes. And it should have. But do you think that the Sumire argument would need to take place before the scene in order for that to happen?
So we're going one question at a time. The answer is, if it was going to happen, then yes. Should it have happened? No.
Okay. Could anyone else nearby, like Konohamaru, have said something in Yodo's place?
So, obviously. I mean, the most
Obviously
obvious example, if you wanted to be like the exact same thing, Sumire.
He's right there.
Literally just a better Yodo for saying the thing that Yodo said. In all regards. Literally every single one of them.
I completely agree.
Like, she's also a feminine petite girl, even more so than Yodo. So she has that relationship of girl liking boy, but it's also the same boy, which makes it more impactful for both of them. The fact Sumire is saying it all, and the fact that it means something to Sarada. Sumire was also shocked and hurt from Hidari, just like Yodo was hurt from that Shinju fight. You start getting into the more obvious parallels if you wanted to say some.
Well, I mean, the obvious thing was, yes, we could do all of this.
I was gonna say the fact that Sumire
Also, Hinata dying, kind of like Naruto pain situation.
I was gonna say Sumire knows who Sarada is, unlike Yodo, at all, in general. Let alone has spent the past 2 years with Sarada close by her side because they're both immune to omnipotence and are the only people who actually understand one another better than anyone else.
He also knows how Sarada feels about Boruto because,
Exactly.
say what you want about the time skip, the Hidari stuff happens after Sarada hugs Boruto.
If anything, just remove what Yodo said. You could just incorporate the thing, that one scene of Sumire that you're referencing here. That could have been the thing that she tells Sarada instead of what Yodo said. Or you could just incorporate elements of that into the things that Yodo was saying for Sumire here.
Yeah, you could just find a way to mix both aspects in a way.
Yeah. So that'd be fine.
But as a follow-up, scroll down slightly because I have your share screen in the way. There we go. Follow-up. They ruined the Hidari scene completely for me. We were already annoyed, blah, blah, blah. They didn't do anything with the moment. But Sarada didn't even think back to that scene when she got her Mount Gekyo power-up. If they did do that, I could at least say it mattered. But since they didn't, this shows that Sarada really didn't care at all about the question. It wasn't a, hey, how would you create peace? Naruto, I don't know. It was either, Hidari, who are you? Philosophical, like, who are you really? And Sarada, in her thoughts, so dreamy. Or, Hidari, who are you? That genuinely doesn't know who she is at all and just asking her name or some identification. And Sarada, oh, so dreamy. Girl didn't care. It meant nothing. They ruined Sarada versus Hidari. For what? Yoda? For you?
Forget Ryu. Just us saying Yodo's name in that like upper inflection type kind of tone is just my favorite thing to do with the podcast now. Yoda. It rolls off the tongue so well saying it like that.
Oh no, not Yoda.
Actually, one of my favorite things to do.
What?
So, okay. I definitely do have those. So, it isn't just that she didn't think back to the scene. The omniscient narrator showing the flashback of everything important up until this moment, leading into this moment. Didn't have it.
But just actually insane because the whole point is Sarada's accepting herself completely now.
No, you want to know what's actually insane about the fact that they didn't include that panel? Okay, let's do the Vortex. 21. They didn't include that.
But they spent a whole
panel.
page on Sumire breaking down omnipotence.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what I'm going to. Didn't include that panel, but they included all of this. So... they even did like an original flashback, which I'm not going to give them too much crap for this one, but the fact they have 7 or 8 pages of flashback and not a single panel of Hidari's "Who Are You?" really says it meant nothing.
It's like she goes on. Wait, well, let's just go see her exact dialogue here.
Oh God, it's so much.
She's going on her rant, the emo girl rant, as we would call it. That blah blah blah. I didn't want to acknowledge how how powerlessness she is. By the way, rejecting. She's basically saying I was rejecting herself. Hold on. I'm not looking away anymore. Because if I run from myself, I can't tackle the reality in front of me. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. If becoming Hokage is my dream, I need to start by accepting myself. Well, Sarada, what is yourself? Who are you? Oh, what do you know? Somebody asked you that question like 2 days ago. Happens to be your dad. But oh no. But Yoda is there to save the day.
It's so sad that I'm complaining, about things they're doing wrong in a thing that they shouldn't have done at all. Like, hypothetically, if she did think back to the Hidari question, we wouldn't be complaining about her not thinking back to the Hidari question. We would be complaining about this being her personality trait given to her in the first place. The fact that she shouldn't even need to think back because she should have had an answer because she always has had the answer. Like chapter freaking before chapter 1, like chapter 700, I think she knew who she was of Naruto. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, I agree, but like at the very least, this is what the thing is. Yeah, like we've already accepted the loss there when he'd already asked the question she didn't answer, and now we're just like, well, it's like 3 layers deep. We're just asking for the last, like this. We're just like, all right, we conceded twice. Can we get this third thing?
No? Oh, okay. And people want us to give it the benefit of the doubt. See what they're gonna do. How much longer do we need to wait? Man, remember when people were like, it's only been 10 chapters, guys. Give it a chance. It's been 2 years
thing is,
now.
like, let's just say they do the like Hidari question thing later. I'm gonna be asking, okay, why wasn't this brought up? Like, why didn't this matter when he asked the question or when she accepted her identity? Like, if hypothetically Hidari asks, "Who are you, Sarada?" and then she gives an answer this time around, that's great. But like, why didn't you emphasize her lack of answer the first time and her getting the answer in this part? It's just like, that don't work that way. Like, if Naruto just doesn't say, I don't know, to Pain, and like, it just, they don't even, Naruto just this cycle of hatred, and Naruto's like, okay. And then later, Naruto's just like, well, I have an answer, Pain. And he's like, okay. It just, no, that doesn't work. That emphasizes the fact that he doesn't have an answer. But anyway, what's the next topic here?
Are we still going? How much more can we even go? Come on, it is 6:30. It is light outside. If you look out your window, because we live in the same time zone, you will see the morning sky. We cannot keep going. Unless you had another topic to end on.
Let's go to intro topics.
Sure. Outro topics, as they have been used as. Wherever they may be. Right here.
Okay, this is so awful. Do you want to do the Attack on Titan one I was watching in stream?
Okay, where is it?
Oh wait, actually, hold on. Stop sharing your screen for a second. I'll do a couple stupid ones first. Can you see this?
You're not sharing your screen?
Did it not share my screen?
No.
I am.
No, you're not. Here, I'll leave and
What the
rejoin.
heck? Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, we have the Dragon Ball universe and Undyne.
You think this is the Dragon Ball universe?
That's what it looks like, yeah. Obviously, it's not. I know it's not actually.
You want to know what this is?
Oh, God. Fish eggs. It's an omelet. It's
I don't know.
a necklace.
I don't know exactly what this is, but it's a random thing that's just on one of L's monitors when they have like the new building, basically like the second half of the L stuff. You know, they get that big building.
Okay.
It's just on the monitor. No idea what it represents. It means nothing important.
Maybe it's
And
like
I just thought it looked like Undyne when I saw it like a year ago at this point.
Wait, why is Undyne there?
Because the shape of the head just looks kind of similar.
No, it doesn't.
All right, moving on.
Oh, poor Kamui. He really wanted the validation there.
Can you read this for me?
Oh, real quick. Okay, zoom out again. Okay, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. So, the skull with a circle in it at the top. So, if you really, like, squint and, like, look back a bit, that looks like an eye with the part your mouse is on right now being, like, the bridge of a nose. Like, that's a whole, like, face there. You even have, like, the outline on the left. Please tell me you see it.
Right.
And on the right is kind of like a gone, missing puppet eye, kind of.
This is the nose?
Yes. Please tell me you see it. You can't not see it. Even the word of where the it word is and how to use it, that's like the nostril. Yeah. You see
that
it.
makes it funnier.
You see it.
Okay.
But the death note where the A is, that's like where the outline of the face is. That like line right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do see it. I'll take it.
But anyway, would you like to read this to me?
The names you see with the eye power of a god of death are the names needed to kill that person. You will be able to see the names even if than person isn't registered in the family registration.
What?
Than person. Well, clearly, Kamui, they're making an if-then statement, as we learned in college.
No. An if-then statement.
Yeah, they're just
this
being
is a whole
very
level.
They're just being
This is the college level if-then statement.
They're being very succinct about it. No wasted space there.
Well, I'm glad you noticed it too. I thought it was really funny when I saw this. I screenshotted this forever ago.
Okay.
I almost don't want to delete it.
That's why it's in intro topics. You're right. We do need a separate paste image place for a picture intro topics at this point.
Yeah.
If you want to zoom in on this.
Would you like to read his comment for me?
Sure. Well done. Poured your soul into the editing. You can't spell Shibai without AI. I love that comment.
I don't say. That's fine.
I'm gonna have to zoom in if we're looking at something here.
I think I may have already shared this with you when I was
yeah.
talking about the Naruto Explain thing, but
70% of people. Yeah, I think you did. Scroll down in case. Yeah, we definitely did talk about this.
okay. Oh god.
Oh, no.
Let me know if you agree with any of this. Boruto versus Naruto. Now, I don't know if this is like the character or the overall story, so we'll just do both versions.
Okay.
So let's start with characters. Who do you think has the better character introduction?
Okay, so is this... What even is Boruto's introduction? You've got like 5 different things you could point at.
The Boruto movie, I guess, is what I would go with.
Okay. If we're going with the entire movie as opposed to just Naruto episode 1, I'm giving it to Boruto hands down.
I guess you would have to do like the equivalent time, so the first, I don't know, 30 minutes of the movie.
Stupid.
Basically, only the unlikable parts of it.
Exactly, yeah, so Naruto.
But, no, 50-50.
Sure.
Character development.
Naruto.
Fights. Naruto.
Yeah.
This was hilarious. Backstory.
Okay, why do they even why would they give that point to Boruto? What?
So
what?
many comments on this
Sorry.
somewhere. Somebody says that
I got the stupid one for you. They're considering the current story, quote unquote, the flash forward scene because Boruto.
No, yes, it gets in here.
It's everything we're seeing is Boruto's backstory, all of it. it's catching up to present day.
Boruto doesn't have a backstory. But somewhere there was something where
Freaking hate this.
somewhere somebody argued about. This one's just saying they like Naruto's and drugs.
You not just control left.
Somewhere somebody was arguing about the whole
Commando.
thing about like, oh, the Boruto is a flashback, it's all backstory or whatever thing, and so, I can't remember what it.
I'm glad I
is
called
it?
that argument.
You did.
Regard it.
The hell?
Okay, well, if we're gonna count that as Boruto's backstory, then I guess he just wins by default.
Oh yeah, here, okay.
There.
I don't. Oh yeah. Naruto Next Generation is Boruto's backstory, and that clear Naruto's tragic backstory prior to him becoming a Genin and pursuing his goal of being Hokage. Blah blah blah. Me personally don't consider Naruto Next Generation as his backstory because it doesn't feel like the backstory for me. Blah 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 blah.
So even if you want to consider the Naruto Next Generation story, even though Boruto is the main character and protagonist throughout a lot of it, that doesn't feel like it's Boruto's story, really. Like,
yeah, I know, especially at this point. Like,
if we're gonna compare it, it feels like a story that Boruto's in and around, but it feels like the story is more so focused on the plot than the characters at many points.
Yeah.
You can say the same for Naruto for like very few parts, but most of that is about Naruto's development. And sure, Boruto does develop, but I feel like that's not as much as the focus as it was in Naruto.
Yeah, I agree. I'm trying to think of like the only arc. The problem is though the arcs I'm going to say it's about Sasuke's development or Shikamaru's development, but like the Hidan Kakuzu arc or Itachi Pursuit arc, less about Naruto's development as it is other characters. But like that's the thing. It's about those other characters. So, but what about hype?
Naruto. Well, technically, okay. I'll give you this. When it comes to community hype, I think it objectively was Boruto for like the present moment as opposed to Naruto's present moment, but that's obviously not fair. And when it comes to our involvement in that community hype, I think it also is more on Boruto's end than on Naruto's.
Yeah, because well, I mean, a lot of people, especially us, we just weren't in this community in the same way when Naruto was coming out as a manga. Like,
yeah, Well, not only was the community itself just not the same, literally the internet was like barely a thing back then, but we just didn't have the capabilities, both literally technologically wise. We didn't have an MV7 microphone and a Shure audio interface or OBS or whatever else, or Discord or anything else.
Yeah.
But like, we were like 7 and like in like the 5th grade. Ignoring the
And I didn't
age
even know
being
that there
blatantly
were
wrong. But
YouTube videos on Naruto for a long time.
exactly. So, not really the same.
But transformation, definitely Naruto.
That one I could actually see
Character
being either way.
design.
I could see that being either way, realistically, for transformation.
What is Boruto? Oh, his Kara transformation. But bro, that ain't Boruto's transformation. That's Mabushiki's.
Okay, well then Naruto's isn't Naruto, it's Kurama's.
Hey, CM is Naruto's.
I figured this was a part 1 Naruto. In particular. Versus part 1 Boruto.
Okay. Well,
that's how I've been doing this like whole
no, it
list.
can't be part 1 because people are using TBV for every single argument. So
well, they're dumb. Okay, is that the original poster responding to that, saying clarifying, or does he do that?
He's showing pictures of TBV.
Listen, then he's wrong.
He's the one who said it. Naruto Next Generation is Boruto's backstory.
Okay, he's just dumb. I don't know what to say.
Character design and base.
Character design, I don't really care. I Two Blue Vortex.
I don't care.
Two Blue Vortex, I would say, is better than Naruto, but
I just don't care.
I don't care either.
But
I'd be fine giving it to Boruto for both, but I don't really care about it either. Complexity. So okay. Shout out Jonathan Oliver. Boruto might delve into more complex ideas, which, again, that's arguable. But Naruto obviously just does its ideas way more complexly.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how complex the story is if you don't do anything with it.
We're talking about just the characters right now, not the overall story.
Oh, right.
So,
yeah, so Naruto's way more complex as a character than Boruto ever was, in my opinion.
Techniques. I agree.
What does this even mean? Like,
yeah, this is the one. Okay, is it by the number of techniques, the how much you like the techniques, the meaningfulness of their techniques? Like, because I feel like this is just going to change the answer.
I agree.
Because meaningfulness-wise, Naruto. Coolness, that's just subject to your interpretation.
I got a stupid one for you. I got a stupid argument for Boruto in terms of meaning. The father-son Rasengan is Boruto's technique.
Nah, it's Naruto's technique.
No. And that Rasengan includes all of Naruto, so by default, Boruto wins.
But Naruto made the Rasengan.
Boruto's technique.
Both, it's not those. It's their technique. So in fact, you can't even use that because it's a combination in YouTube.
Counter argument: the fact that Boruto is able to use it against Urashiki
with Naruto,
but
part 1 Naruto, by the way.
Yeah, part 1 Naruto just blatantly doesn't have access to the father-child Rasengan.
Well.
That means
yeah,
Boruto
he does. We
had to have had it.
No, that was Naruto.
Okay, I'm making a stupid argument anyways. We can move.
All right. Variety techniques, it would be Boruto. Well, actually, if we include a war of Naruto, they're gonna hate this, but technically Naruto does do like 9 different Rasengan. But overall variety, yeah, Boruto. But meaningfulness of the techniques, Naruto just more of them are meaningful.
And obviously
probably.
Way more iconic. I can't believe the Vanishing Rasengan didn't catch on like I thought it would. I thought that would be like the thing. That was going to be Boruto's shadow clone.
It's one of my favorite jutsu. I mean, my favorite jutsu from Boruto isn't even Boruto. It's Momoshiki from Rasendan.
I know.
But, you know.
Like, aside from that, he just, like, throws lightning or whatever. His stupid lightning attack.
I know. I don't care for Boruto's lightning jutsu. I'm sorry. He doesn't use it in the coolest way. Like, I like the lightning cloaks. I like Mitsuki's lightning jutsu more. I don't know. I don't care for Boruto using
let's
it.
just compare a couple things real quick. So you got, like, Boruto's Rasengan versus Naruto's Rasengan. Not even close. You got Boruto Shadow Clone versus Naruto's Shadow Clone and Multi-Shadow Clone. Again, not even close. You have freaking like Thunder... What is it? Thunderbolt? Thunder Arrow? What's it called? The jutsu name?
Thunderclap Arrow.
Thunderclap Arrow. As opposed to what? The 2000 Uzumaki Barrage Naruto's Handbook? Like, what's the comparison? Wow.
But what about his motivations?
It's Naruto hands down.
Obviously
the
Naruto.
Creator agrees. So.
Okay. As a character, writing consistency. I was
Okay.
just not Naruto.
Okay. Just to spite you, I'll say Naruto Part 1, I'll give it to Naruto. If we're including Shippuden, I'm gonna give it to Boruto.
I don't know, man, because Boruto's got a lot of switch-ups that make no sense.
Up through the Kodachi parts. Just to make
Okay,
it
then
really
you can only
unfair.
do Part 1 Naruto.
No, I'm making it unfair.
Yeah.
Just to spite you.
Well, Boruto is pretty consistent for the Kodachi part.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
But now let's look at the overall story.
Ooh.
So, introduction. Okay, for this, let's do the whole Momoshiki arc versus like Land of Waves, I guess, because that's more comparable in terms of page number wise.
That actually is a little bit more difficult in that case, but I think it's probably that the Land of Waves is better written, but Tuning Exam's arc is just more enjoyable.
Honestly, I feel pretty even. Like, I think both were
Okay.
just really good. I think I would pick Land of Waves, but like, that's not a sign of Boruto's. That's just like,
Yeah.
you threw two really good arcs. It's not
That's
gonna
fair.
say. Okay. Just tell me.
Huh? You cut out.
Fucking hell, I'm so stupid.
You said next character development? Is that what you want to do? Well, I would definitely say
I am so
Naruto
stupid.
has the leg
Why,
up.
oh, no, I'm not stupid. Hold on. Why did I cut out?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought I just didn't switch mics. No, I did.
Okay, well, might have just been Discord cutting out coincidentally at the same time.
Oh, that was so annoying. All right. What was the next?
Character development next for all of the series. In which case, obviously, Naruto. I mean, half of Boruto's characters are filler anyways.
It's just easily Naruto.
That's what your Clark has. Fights overall, we're obviously gonna give to Naruto. Backstory. Overall though, whereas yes, Naruto, Boruto has some decent backstories, or at least it has Kawaki's. Is there
Yeah,
any
yeah,
other
yeah.
ones that are actually like good? Now that I think about it, now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm genuinely trying to think of another one that's good. Mitsuki, okay, the Mitsuki one shot.
I was gonna say Mitsuki, but that's not in Boruto. That's in Naruto Gaiden.
Okay. Give me a second. I can do this. What about Jaggy? I mean, it's a decent backstory.
What would you say about Amado?
Hamado doesn't have a backstory. Delta does.
Yeah, I'm not counting Amado either. Okay, this is stupid. Jigen the monk.
Okay, I guess. If you want to include Ishiki, technically, in a weird way. Fucking
Yeah,
Kaguya's
backstory is
shenanigans there.
nothing crazy.
Shima. No. Don't be far.
Okay.
Okay, this is anime only, but I will count this.
Ow. Just
Sumire.
the-
Sumire actually has a
Apple.
really good backstory.
True. All right, definitely her.
Same as.
What do you think about Ao? Just in terms of the Boruto to Naruto like transition.
I'm glad they did it. I hated the way they did it though, because
Yeah.
you already know. I hate the fact they just tanked the Ten Tails Biju bomb nuke instead of teleported away through the lightning. Was it the light speed technique that barely Tsunade and A could survive?
Yes. You just
Well,
tanked it
whatever.
for no reason.
No one else did. Like, what did the Alliance even have to worry about? Minato didn't need to teleport that away at all.
How weak was Shikaku and Itoichi? Like,
It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know why they did that. Whatever. Last one I'll say is the Byakuga gang arc. I think that was also pretty good. That kid's backstory. Don't even remember his name, but that's okay. But I think that's all of
good
the
enough to forget his name.
whatever. When it comes to hype, again, I feel like we already technically covered this because that applies more to the series than it does to the character. But either way,
Yeah.
so definitely got Naruto for that. Transformation throughout the entire series, still Naruto, I guess.
Yeah, because all you have for transformations are Mitsuki Sage Mode, which ruined, and Karma.
It's hard to even know what counts as a quote-unquote transformation.
Sarada transformed her.
Did she, though? She transformed her eyes, not herself.
No, I said her worldview.
Okay. Moving on. Character design. This, again, I think could go either way. Actually, no, I'll choose
Yeah.
Naruto because I like a lot of Sasuke's designs. Kakashi looks pretty cool. So I'll give it to Naruto overall for character design.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Naruto because I think the lows of Boruto are way lower and the
Yeah.
highs are just similar.
Okay. Complexity, obviously we're giving it to Naruto. No questions there. Techniques, I don't think I care for this one overall for a story.
Oh, this one is Naruto. Let's be honest. What techniques are these anymore? Punch, kick, or Sengun?
Yeah, okay. And just the choreography in general, I think would be way better to look at for Naruto being way superior in that regard. Motivations, Naruto, for all of them. Because considering Kawaki doesn't even have a point, they're just giving stuff to Himawari and Sarada's.
Fake motivations, like.
Then writing consistency. As much as I love to meme on Naruto, Boruto just through 2 blue Vortex just makes that answer obviously Naruto. So.
Well, no. Boruto is more consistent.
Consistently bad. Yeah, but the problem is it was consistently good before. So.
Yeah, no. But I think that's a good place to say Ikimoto fail.
All right.
Let me know when you're off live so I can say something